Hey Yankees fan, welcome back everyone. Hey MTEP, how's it going? Close the Panama Canal unless they pay you more, that's the strategy. It's our canal though. Indeed it is. We probably should. There's actually probably a strategy involving not giving out, look at it, doing canal things. But in terms of being able to hit profitability on it, on Suez. We have Suez coming in soon. And then I don't know if we're gonna have difficulty making it profitable. The company. Just kidding, I don't know if we're gonna be able to employ it up. The classic. It does give migration attraction, but that might not be enough here. I don't want to stop encouraging manufacturing, so I guess we're going to start hitting some of these consumption taxes. We don't really need them anyways. And really kind of showing just how important, this greener grass. There. I don't think we could get a mass migration there, though. So not exactly sure who we're hoping to pull. Probably just hitting our primary culture once and creating a cultural community will do it, but I'm actually able... Oh, Gene! Welcome, welcome. Actually able to be here for a live stream for a change? Yeah, usually you come on the tail end or you're just getting home from work, so you're doing post-work things, like taking your shoes off, that's the best. I need to switch up the run. I'm thinking something more niche. Start over with a big agricultural base, maybe slower tech. What about Harar? We could change up what we're doing. The stream title says we Brazil all over the place, but maybe we Brazil all over the place by not coming to Brazil, but rather going elsewhere. Once you paint too much of the map, trade becomes kind of bad. Yeah, once you... I don't think it's even a map painting thing. I think it's a proportion of the global economy type of thing, right? Which is a function of map painting, but yeah. As we get a larger and larger share of the world market, I think that it's going to be very interesting to play multiplayer, though. I'm thinking of trying to do a multiplayer like 3v3v3, but somehow make it eco-only 3v3v3. What do I think about libertarian and anarcho-capitalism? I'm less a fan of the anarcho-capitalism. But in terms of my own philosophy, what do I think? I think I'm categorized as a libertarian, but I'm a libertarian that believes in regulation. So, the libertarians would say I'm a fake libertarian, I think. In terms of what's going on. How could you have greener grass on the desert? Because it's on the other side. Everyone knows it's greener on the other side. Our canal's pretty much free. They're kind of free. They're free with an asterisk. Just like how slavery is banned in the United States with an asterisk. They are free if you can get the prosperity bonus. If you can't, they still take up a slot. So, yeah. Play as Iran and export arms to rebels across the Middle East. Not like this. We'll have to check Barca. It was 4 minutes and 30 seconds before we got an Iran joke. I suppose we could do a poll if people want to see us keep Braziling or play elsewhere. Literally a contradiction. I believe in free markets, but they shouldn't be free. No, I believe in, I believe in stuff like consumer protections. So here's what I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of free and unfettered competition as long as externalities are controlled for. Externalities are not controlled for. So, for example, The Chicago River, this is kind of a famous example. The Chicago River, right? You were, before, like, they had, like, the EPA and all this type of stuff, you were actually, like, there were some segments of the river that had so much pollution in it, you could light it on fire. Right? So the companies that are polluting the river, they pay a cost to put out their wares, their industries, but they do not pay the full cost of the damage they do to society by polluting the river, allowing it to be lit on fire, right? And this was like, yeah, this was quite some time ago at this point. But this means that they are not paying the full like cost of what it is going, what the cost is to society as the basis of their thing. Gamer Nate, thank you for the follow, big nice. I think in those instances, they should have to pay an equivalent replacement of what they are doing to the river, or be forced to not pollute the river, right? That is a regulation. I think that in a lot of instances, externalities are not considered by libertarians, and they just want everything to be just, like, completely unfettered. And, like, I think that if someone wants to, start a nightclub next door to my house, there's a noise externality, and they should not be allowed to do that in a residential area, right? So I believe in, like, zoning laws, for example, and or if they could start a nightclub, they would have to pay out some sort of compensation to all the people who are negatively affected by the noise. Something like this. So that justifies a huge bureaucratic apparatus that just robs its citizens. You're kind of changing topics around here a little bit, Vittorio. Kind of just changing topics up a little bit here. But yeah, like, the corporations would become their own little fiefdoms in terms of lands they owned and economic activity if they were not regulated by the government. So the government protects corporations, or people from corporations. Well, ideally a government protects people from corporations. In practice, it might protect the corporations from people. That's a separate issue. You support carbon tax then, following that logic? I generally prefer stuff like a carbon tax to, like, banning it. Banning but also, like, one of the issues with, like, carbon emissions is that quantifying the cost of it is incredibly difficult, because if you heat up the earth, that's not just on one party, right? That's on, like, everyone who was involved. But also, that's, like, cataclysmically bad for everyone down the road, so, like, the cost is incredibly high, and it's, like, it's much more difficult to evaluate the cost of that than, like, the cost of, like, the loud music or something like this. Do you think migration changed? Feels like intra-market migration is a lot more intense than in previous versions. I haven't had a big market to really be able to tell this, or, like, all my subjects are going to have high migration attraction, so I'm not really going to pull too much from them. But trade requires you trading with people in order to get mass migrations, so pushing a lot of trade can help. Taxes are literally a protection racket. When the state does it's fine. The state gives a lot of benefits to people. And a lot of these benefits are non-excludable. Like, they provide military defense, right? And so if someone doesn't want to pay the taxes for military defense, you can't exclude them from the benefits of military defense. And a lot of what the government provides are these types of services that are non-excludable goods. And so if you had people not paying taxes, you would have a free rider problem, because you would have people gaining the benefit of the institution without actually paying for it. Like, one example is the Convention of the Protection of Private Property. The status quo, or, like, without government, There would be no protection from private property, right? You would have anarchy, and people would have to have their own private armies to protect their property or this type of thing. And this would be incredibly expensive for the people who are very wealthy, because you would have a bunch of people with private armies. Play as Russia. I'd love to see changes there. Do you know HBC ended its days as a mid-tier clothes store? Do not know that. Going into debt as an unrecognized power feels even more punishing than before. It becoming recognized is harder. Interesting. I think like playing as a small country is relatively easy though. Of course, taxes are a protection racket. You pay the military somehow. That's the whole point of state protection. Yeah. I do think that for what the state does, people who are wealthy disproportionately benefit more, generally speaking. Our SOL is rising, and we maybe don't want that. Because they did change the population growth thresholds. So we actually won't get as much population growth as we start to get higher SOL here. First of all, they supply a law framework so you don't get murked for free. Yeah, basically. And like, I feel like the people who are like, oh, like, the rich pay more, it's like not fair, like this type of thing, it's just silly because the rich get more benefit. The protection of, the convention of protecting private property is so much more valuable to the rich. The convention of, like, roads is more valuable the more money you have. Right, because you utilize those roads more, or goods and services you receive utilize those roads more. And it's like a relatively unnuanced take, I think. Let's do some of that. Let's see if we have any places with negative infrastructure. That's kind of a free one. What do you think about war reps cost infamy? I think that I'm fine with this. I'm fine with everything costing infamy and then them just nudging the numbers. You know what would actually be sweet is if they somehow collected the data on what everyone did when they're playing unmodded Vic 3. And actions that people engaged in more often, they made more expensive, and actions they engaged in less often, they would make less expensive, something like this. And it would just like push for an equilibrium type of thing. Do some of that. See the auto queue, or this is kind of picking up. Got a lot of stuff in foreign territory. Who's fighting the other side of this? I love seeing like the AI actually build up armies. Let's do some of that. This is on auto-expand. I think we're going to start subventioning... Well, we're actually not accruing infamy, so subventioning small arms is kind of whatever. Alright, I think that we want to... maybe annex one of these cats? And then reduce autonomy on another. Maybe let's just reduce autonomy on Chile. And then we'll annex someone after. And then make everyone pissed, but whatever. Netherlands run has 30 million pops by 1990 alone. Feels like migration got more intense. It might have. I don't know, our sample size is relatively small. But anyways, you've clearly not read it into this, so it's senseless to continue. Okay, bud. You know, the Draghi crime family really provides a lot of benefits to the people of Naples. Yeah, I don't know much about specifically, like, corruption in Naples. The Rhodes argument always gets me. Sure, we have companies. Vittorio, kind of an interesting chatter, eh? Maybe he's back. He's back for the new patch. First time chatting, and then immediately want to jump into an argument about libertarianism. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, just you've never chatted before, and you have a really young YouTube account. And methinks there's something going on here. Sounds like a terrible idea. Annexation and vassalization costing infinite infamy? No, I mean, eventually there's a point where people do it less, so they start doing other things. But you can do that with treaties, too. It's illegal for Chile to be this thick. It needs to be longer, I agree. The problem with private roads isn't that they can't be built, it's that profit incentives for critical infrastructure can be bad. Yeah. Providing education to everyone is also provides, like, a lot of value to society, but is not something, it provides a lot of value to society as a whole, but it will be, like, education will be underprovided, but, like, there's positive externalities to education, so the state should pay for education. Like, having an educated populace that knows about civics and government and this type of thing is, like, one way in which you avoid catastrophe. We go for the subs. We were running into issues by not having a strong navy. Oh, we already have the torpedo boats? Just kidding. We don't actually need full subs. Let's go shift work then. And then we can push EOS as a fairly straightforward way of filling up the queue. Bro, Naples is a shithole, what do you mean? I have no idea anything about Naples. So... But yeah, we're gonna push economies of scale in these areas. Starting with tools. Game's performance has been good this patch. I haven't got deep enough. I've heard people have been asking me that question a lot though. Like, how's performance? Man, our investment pool is absolutely insane with the reinvestment we're getting from these regional HQs. Yeah, now it's up to half a $500,000 or ducats. That's buckets of ducats. How recently have you played the Dutch East Indies? Not in a while, because Belgium is kind of just the better one. Data analysts showed population growth in general is up about 50%. In general, maybe, but if you have high SOL, it's down. So, kind of the stuff the player has is maybe down. Where do we have a lot of lead? Industrialists in Rio Grande do Sul. I think what we'll do is we'll push glass in Rio Grande do Sul. I don't think we have much stuff there, so we'll just put down like a 20 stack. But then eventually we'll look to push EOS, and then we'll put... This is already on auto expand, so that should be fine. But some vertical integration there. Regional HQs go so hard, I love it. They do be going real hard. Companies could offer their own schools and hire the people if schools compete. If there aren't enough educated people, there are no employment. Incentives are not solved. Like, you decrease violent crime. The victims of those crimes... schools decrease crime, right? The victims of those crimes in terms of the externalities are irrelevant to the companies. Like, the positive externalities of reducing crime are too substantive. Dova, thank you for the prime sub. Big dice. And also, if you get more educated people, unless you have some sort of contract which forces people before they enter school to work for that company later, which I think would be just kind of disgusting, the company has no way of ensuring that it is going to be their company that gets worked for. So their incentive is one in which they underprovide and just benefit from other companies increasing education. Like, the incentives are nowhere near there. But Carthage run on 1.9? Hell yeah, brother. We were thinking of playing with the more unique companies mod, but the thing is something I really want them to, before we play that, I really want them to fix the UI in the sense that I would like to know what the additional add-on industries are before I select the company. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of saving and reloading, you know? But I was thinking about playing on that today. Socialism just invented in chat. Yeah. Can't wait to get taught civics in the world's history by Shell Oil High School. Yeah. There's also, some perverse incentives in that regard, too. To indoctrinate the children to love the company rather than actually create well-educated citizens. But that's, like, beyond the fact that, like, even if you did do that, it would be education would be underprovided by corporations. Speaking of education, maybe we add some universities. Have you ever tried staking construction efficiency as a challenging run? Staking? I don't know what you mean by staking. Like intentionally curbing it? They need to fix the EIC so that it gets auto-disbanded when British Raj India forms. Right now it just keeps monopolizing until 1936. Yeah. You have to be Great Britain to have found the company, though. Which is something I found out recently, so... Yikes. Even if you get free as like the Raj, you wouldn't be able to found the East India Company. You have to be Great Britain. God, we're making like disgusting amounts of money. We could add so much construction here. We're probably supposed to. Try to remember where all we have iron. I think it's something like that. We can upgrade. My name's Jonas. We have way more infrastructure. Oh, that's not the metric we want. We want tax. Wow, sorting's taking a hot second, huh? Something like this, maybe? What if all the corporations got together and created a funded national organization that provides education, infrastructure, prosperity, protection, and defense? There's a thought, yeah. Man invented government. It would still underprovide, but, yeah, then you wouldn't have the free rider issue as much. Just like, Are United States of South America formable? So you can form Federation of the Andes as basically anyone but Brazil and Uruguay and Paraguay, I think. But for us, there's no nation formation possible. So Federation of the Andes, if you want to get the nice formable, you have to start as... The biggest Federation of the Andes is starting as Argentina, but you could start as like Bolivia or someone in the north as well. played a few games this patch and it was way too easy and like choices didn't matter and I play stuff optimally. It's still way too OP. Yeah, the player gets to be very strong this patch. Even though they've gotten rid of like some exploits and stuff like that, they got rid of a lot of like edge exploits that I think the average player wasn't using. And so looks like you guys want us to play elsewhere though. Over the course of this poll that's been going 20 minutes. Maybe we wait till this colonization finishes so we have a nice looking Brazil. And we reduce autonomy on Ecuador so we get a nice looking mostly green South America. Couple little gaps, but it does get the dopamine. So we'll give that poll a little bit more time, and then we'll see about starting a new game. Money Catas, thank you for the follow, big nice. Because before you guys really wanted to continue on Brazil, now it seems perhaps less so the case. We're gonna say nah. We kind of want Chile to deck us, but with the rest of our subjects, and then we can just annex them all. It'd be very nice for us, gradually improving the Amazon modifiers. Now this is only 10%. It starts out 50% infra and state construction efficiency, now it's only 10%, and you get 20% migration attraction on top of it. It's very quite nice. Going hard on birth rate right now. It's a grocery company. Do you live next to a highway? We actually live in between 2 lanes of the highway, so on either side. We just only have a window on one side. How about each company is able to monopolize full control of certain states and they get to provide services like education and childcare through a birth contract with condition you become employees the moment you become born? Yeah. I think that sounds like being born into slavery. In EU4, people stop taking war reps because there's somewhat a constant price to it while the value of money deflates. Victoria behaves similar. Yeah, as you get a larger and larger economy, taking just raw money off of people's wares. New vote on next country? Good idea. Oh, let's get some suggestions in chat, I suppose. Where should we play? I play without exploits regardless. It's just you could build any industry, the world market does the rest for you. I feel like it makes a big difference what you do, which feels bad to me right now. Yeah. We will not be playing the USA, because I think we might do a USA run soon. I'm thinking about downloading this game. Should I do it? Well, it's free this weekend, so I would do it. Just do it and try it out, yeah. Texas, Harar. We can give Yankees fan his Harar vote. Kind of actually really don't feel like playing Harar, though. So maybe I shouldn't. Mercball Prime, thank you for the follow, big nice. Mexico, we haven't played Mexico in forever. Carthage, we could maybe do Carthage. USA's base this patch. Ukraine, please. We do a lot of Ukraine. I don't want to do Ukraine unless we're like doing a charity for it, because how often we do it. Because we're gonna play as Ukraine like probably August 24th, which is 6 months. The 6-month anniversary like marker for the invasion. Portugal or Spain, Japan. I'm not gonna do US. Are we seeing any repeats other than USA? Yeah, man, everyone's just saying USA, but we're going to do USA. Netherlands. So we'll make Belgium an option. Because Belgium is just like better Netherlands. Belgium, we'll make Japan an option. We'll see if we've seen a couple recommendations. We'll make Persia an option. So Persia, Belgium, Japan. And Wallachia is one of the ones we recommended in our video, so we will make that one an option as well. So, cool play. Oh, should we give Twitch viewers representation? We probably should. So we'll do a straw poll. Which also means we can do ranked order voting. We are doing ranked order voting. You want to order your ranks of your votes before doing them, okay? If you do not, your vote will not be as useful. So Belgium, Japan, Wallachia, Persia, and we can actually have 5 options or more because we're on straw poll instead of silly YouTube polls, which limits you to 5. Sokoto, everyone does Belgium, Pope. Pope, we could eventually do Rome. Big thanks for the charity streams, you're very welcome. Thanks for what you do, you are welcome. Corporate state co-op ownership is bonkers this patch. I haven't gotten to it, so that's like our argument for continuing as Brazil. UK run and just 1 deck, everyone. Yeah, let's get 1 GP in there. Maybe we put Great Britain in there. Okay, this is a ranking poll. Alright? Alright, chat? This is a ranking poll. So what we are going to do is we are going to show you guys what that means before we link the poll, yeah? That way, things don't get out of hand. And you guys don't all mess up the poll, because this is what normally happens. Okay, this is a ranking poll. So the way you do it is you order what you want in terms of how much you want it, yes? And this will give a certain amount of voting points to the option you pick. This is a nice way of voting, yeah? So if you really don't want Great Britain, you put this last. If you really want Belgium, you put it first. And then you order based on like what it is you want, and then you click vote. And your vote locks in all of these in the position they're in. So if you just like click one of these and then click vote, you're just going to do whatever the default order is, okay? Just to be as clear as possible, this is rank order voting. And we are doing this so that the Twitch viewers have representation, but also because rank order voting is probably better, so... we'll keep the title, because the title's funny, because we're not playing Brazil. Alright. Of course, Nippon is off to a strong start. Yeah, I have a new spreadsheet for 1.9. Nope, I am going to do that, I think, later today. Take a look at the new PMs and put them in and this type of thing. And then do a video for the PM changes. But in general, everything that's... like, one of the biggest changes is the employment changes. I think... Japan's also an interesting one, because we might give people investment rights and mess around with a few things like that as Japan. Not Belgium, Netherlands. Everyone does Belgium. Yeah, but Belgium's so much better. We're just, like, if we're gonna play United Netherlands, we're just gonna play Belgium. Wallachia chaps represent... yeah, Wallachia's doing pretty hot. This is rank order. Perhaps we shouldn't show the results. Lots of weebs in chat. Yeah, all people ever want is Japan content. Do you think Japan is the best system, the best nation to learn the new trade system? I think it's one of the worst because it starts out isolationist. So you have to wait. Ranked order voting is certainly better. There are very few systems voting than it. Yeah, technically this is like not ranked order voting, but it's gonna be solid. Japan has interesting companies. This I very strongly agree with. We'll maybe play a little bit more as the poll goes. Relink the poll. Tell everyone that it's a ranking poll. Everyone will forget, and then whatever was the top option will win. Sound off, let's go. Do see the North German Fed. A common criticism was Germany not forming, so we do see not quite a Germany formation. I guess North German Fed is pretty solid. Also very solid CSA. Hey! We were kind of waiting for this to some extent. She's going to help us pass multiculturalism. She's going to give us an additional 5% chance because she is enlightened royalist. So actually, this is actually a good point to have played to. We were like kind of waiting for Pedro to die to like really finish the JE. Now from here, we would just want to go corporate state. I think. But some people don't like that very much. See how the poll's going, and let's relink it in chat. Just get everyone's kind of last things in. AI to aggressive and open Japan in the 1940s. So AI to aggressive Japan. I don't know if we've ever played on AI aggressive. So we do see a little bit of an updated one. Belgium up to second place. Wallachia out in the dust. People don't want to see GB. It's interesting. We did want to have only one great power. Persia's doing all right. But it's between Belgium, Wallachia, and Japan. This is a ranked order poll. Important to note. So if you are just getting here, you put the ranking in terms of what you want most. Yeah? And this will give a different amount of points to each of these based on how you did the rankings. So if you really don't want to see something, you put it at the bottom. If you really want to see it, you put it at the top, and it gets more votes. When people change jobs, they don't change interest groups. Oh yeah, Japan's actually going to be really annoying with that bug. The state would never indoctrinate children with the school system. Only bad companies do that. I don't know if you... Yeah, so I'm concerned about the people being oppressed by both the state and companies. I'm more concerned with people being oppressed by institutions which do not answer to them in any substantive way in the form of corporations than I am them being influenced by the state. So it's not like there's no concern for the other side of things, but it's that one is way more of a concern than the other one. And if I have to choose the lesser of two evils, I will choose the state to a corporation. I can't believe you ignored one of your original hate watchers you changed. Oh, White God 88's in chat. I thought you got banned. I guess not. I think you're like an actual hate watcher, not like a troll. I have a sneaking suspicion that there is a troll in chat, though. Make anime great again? Yeah. You get all the trolls out in chat. Did the 1930s Germany answer to the people? Did the USSR? Well, to be fair, at a certain point, Nazi Germany did answer to the people. Just the people of other nations. And so, but we're not talking about, like, elected, governments when we're talking about the USSR, also. Yeah. But in general, I'm still more concerned with... I'd still rather have the state run it than a company. Because the company's incentives are more perverse than the state's. The states are to, like, maintain their own power. The companies are to, like, extract profit. And one of those has an incentive structure that's, like, more off of what producing an ideal society is, and that is the corporation's incentives. Is there a way to play as John Paradox and company? If we played Sweden, USSR had a lot of issues, but not the schools. I actually don't know too much about the quality of USSR schools. But, yeah, I mean, they answered the USSR rather than, companies. Alright, it looks like Japan is what people are feeling, so we'll go with that. So why don't we save this game up, in case we want to do something with it. But we got the Magnanimous Monarch, we got Isabella in power, we got all of South America except for the 2 bits off of France and Great Britain, which I suppose we could do, but... that's just building up a little bit of a military and then going after it. Germany had an election, USSR never had any. Yeah. I do believe I said specified USSR when I talked about having an election. Can someone help me please? I'm playing as Persia with ports and I have 0 exports. Is this normal or is my game cooked? I've never seen it before. Check what your tariffs are. And if you don't want to be importing what you're importing, put bigger tariffs on it. Is the Panama run done, or are you going to continue it? I'm probably going to continue it on Monday and try and get 2 episodes done on Monday. I think today we are doing... I'm trying to do 2 pieces of content every day. And today, AM, we have stream, and then PM, I think we're going to take a look at the spreadsheets and update the spreadsheets with the new PMs. And then in the evening, or tomorrow, I think we'll look to do the Panama stuff. Or maybe we'll try and update the spreadsheets, do a Panama video, and then schedule a Panama video for tomorrow morning, and then figure something else out for the evening. I'm not really sure exactly. To some extent, it depends on what Tinto does, because we would cover Tinto talks in the evenings. It's like the lower whatever poll. ChatGPT says, well, ChatGPT, like, I don't know. I prefer non-ChatGPT sources generally, but because that is not like if a bunch of people type on the internet that Russia's schools are great, and ChatGPT is fed that, or sorry, the USSR's stuff is great, then that's what ChatGPT will spit out, like, absent of evidence. ChatGPT doesn't evaluate evidence, it looks at what people have said about the thing. Dang, the genuine white supremacists and Nazis are out in chat. Yeah, I know. I have mixed feelings about the degree to which I should police this. But, taking a look, we do have a bunch of states with trade capacity, so I do think we're really strong as a trading empire here as Japan. We kind of talked about this in a video, but also we have insane companies. They do require that we complete the Honorable Restoration journal entry, but we have some of the most interesting coverage companies in the game. Like this one, it's probably the best lead company in the game. Mitsubishi, only prestige good for paper, so we'll want to put that in. Jack Frost, thank you for the follow, big dice. And then we have South Manchuria Railway Company. I think that this company might not be worth using, but not because it's not good. I think it's an excellent company, just because it has so much conflicting coverage with other companies for Japan, like Kinkozen Sobe, which gives minus infamy decay or plus infamy decay. So, and then there's one more. Bueller? Is there not one more? There's Mitsubishi Mitsui. I thought there was one more. South Manchuria Railway, this other one. Am I going crazy? Maybe I'm going crazy. Okay, so let's start by adding some construction sectors. And let's maybe... I don't know if letting someone... I think letting someone invest in us is bad, but maybe we do it just to try it out. I think we're going to go stock exchange for starters, for the Mappy. And the ability to build ports for infrastructure is now kind of a big difference. Enter chat, instantly got hit by a loud car, feels like home. Yeah. Reading ChatGPT is equals having no idea who you're really reading. Yeah, basically. And so, like, it's not that ChatGPT is great at aggregating information. It's just, like, it's good for aggregation and searching, but it's, like, you actually have to, like, verify the information if you want to, like, stand on it. Hunter2128, thank you for the follow. Big dice. Soviet education system was good for the natural sciences, less so for humanities due to ideological blinders. There we go. Gene has a background in history, so I generally assume that he's gonna get it right. I think we're going to promote social mobility in several places, so let's take a look at the population heat map. Yeah, I think we'll lead with this. Although we do have a lot of education levels because of the Teriyuki system. And then I think we can do road maintenance. Can we do treaties with someone else just off the bat? What was the ideal start look like for us? Well, we want to get open like a coconut and get off isolationism. We don't have much support for it, but mercantilism wouldn't be too hard. We'll radicalize our rural folk, but we could just off the bat start trying to ask for stuff from them. I think that, interestingly, a lot of the free stuff that we could maybe normally be interested in is not going to be available to us. Like, we can't offer no tariffs, no subventions types of things, which is kind of an interesting sort of situation. So maybe we're supposed to let ourselves get open like a coconut. I recommend you give democracy, the god that failed, a read. I mean, I have problems with democracy. I just have problems with authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is much higher variance. If you have like if you have a highly authoritarian government that like actually wants to help out the people, they're generally very effective at it. Do you need stock exchange? Can't you sell in one state and buy in another to circumvent it? We currently can't trade. But also, you kind of circumvent the mappy, but like, if you're also, you overall, I think, have more trade income if you have more of that, or more income rather. Like, it's not that mappy's like mappy's curbed, but it's not like an irrelevant consideration. So something like this. Fast recognition. We can promise the British not to colonize in certain places. We need colonization before we can do that. We need colonization before we can do that. We are lacking actually a lot of the stuff by which we can offer free stuff. Power block embassy is kind of the big one we can offer right now. I don't think, yeah, Russia's not interested. We could offer power block embassy. But we could also offer investment rights or treaty port or this type of thing. And we're kind of curious about the investment rights. The thing is, we get like nothing in return for this. But eventually we can take back our industries that they build by fighting them and just defending our borders. The thing is that they're going to use a lot of our own investment pool against us and our own construction against us, I think. And I don't think that it's necessarily worth. I think that we're supposed to try and go for money transfers early on, and they don't really value too highly our power block embassy, to be honest. So I feel like there is some opener in regards to this stuff that's like really strong. I know some people were opening as China and getting an alliance with like GB, which is a special kind of absurdity. We could also declare... Optimal, I think, is actually just declaring wars and just not finishing them as Japan and just holding a bunch of wars. Japan start with colonization. Oh, we do have colonization. You're right, you're right, you're right. So we could do something like this. Something like this. I wonder if we have to be able to colonize the area, though, because we do start with frontier colonization. Generalist being 150 kg is completely normal gaming. Hey, the fat jokes. Shouldn't you audibly restore yourself to a normal weight instead of playing Japan? Yeah. Classic. I think that the people would rather watch me play games than work out. But also... like, just being a troll. Should we open with a law change? See, the thing about this is that we immediately start pissing off the shogunate. And if we keep the shogunate happy, we can do a few different things. But we also kind of want to get law passes through. But maybe it matters a little bit less because we can trade stuff to other people. something like this. Don't be mean, generalists. It's just like classic. I don't know. You don't even need interest. Basically, you promise not to colonize everywhere. The colonizable power has a colonial interest. Don't we need an interest there? I guess we'll take a look. We don't? Jesus. So I guess the question is how much we want to abuse it. God, you know what's like funny is this makes this actually makes Russian colonization super meta as a bunch of different countries. They only want free trade off of us. That's gonna stall a lot. We also don't want free trade anyway. Zanj, I think they're just gonna colonize all before we do. We already put in Canada. La Plata, we can't even colonize. That actually just categorically shouldn't be there. The Samurai and the Shogunate don't like it when we do this. God, this is disgusting. He wants you to go vegan? Never. 1 rep per 100k. I mean, I also do work out. Working out, like, is also... I mean, we're gonna go work out tomorrow. We have a schedule. Doesn't necessarily make you light. It's like the thing. How much you eat is like what is a better determinant of this. Maybe new title of it. Yeah, we thought about that, but also we're playing Brazil just in Japan. We're Braziling all over the world. We're saying come to Japan. You're right, we should change the title though. Do you spell Magnanimous right? We could owe an obligation. I think we generally can get a lot off of Great Britain as a start in terms of money. So we'll go for 1,500 a week. And then 85% is a pretty good chance. We'll say Mummy's Milk. Thank you, Great Britain, except for it's not Mummy because it's still the Hanover dude, but... and then I think that what we could do is we could just... The Shogunate's not unhappy enough to get really radicalized, but tenant farmers, will that do it to him? How pissed is this? It's a -8? That's not gonna pull them out of government. Easy peasy, huh? And we're also getting ticking positive relations with them, too. Oh, they don't... Yeah, they don't care if we don't colonize. Alright, fair. All states are authoritarian. This is just like... this is like a sort of silly distinction without difference argument. At the end, force is used to enforce everything, but, like, saying that there's no substantive difference between what types of things the state intervenes with force is just, like, it's silly. Yeah. A state is not authoritarian because it doesn't use force at the end to enforce its rules. It's not authoritarian because it allows a wide latitude of freedoms before it starts using force. Treaties go burr. Treaties do go burr. Can we please not cheese the game? We're kind of exploring what could be done, so I'm kind of into it. We definitely can do it without cheese. But we've also done it without cheese before, so we're kind of exploring the cheese, if you will. This one was pretty bad. We maybe actually can't afford to do these high taxes, but we'll get in some of these construction sectors. I find they force you free trade by 1840s anyways. We want to get off free trade. I think free trade is still matter. Really, Yankees fan. You don't think the 40 worth of agreements for treaties is worth being on protectionism? I'm thinking protectionism's best, but... Can we declare an interest there? No, we've shuffled our interests. Ba-ba-dee-da. Investment rights in GB early is Omega? Yeah. This is kind of what I think. We don't have any companies, though. Oh, does it matter? I mean, our investment pool is growing. You know what? I think it doesn't matter. That's barely worth anything to them. They don't care about this. I think we already gave up Canada, La Plata, Zanj. We can't really get it quite with them. We might be able to get investment rights with them. Just say we won't colonize North Africa. I had you muted. You were all yoinking buildings like the USDA did yesterday. Are we yoinking buildings? That's kind of what I was thinking about, is that we could ask for investment rights, and then... Or we could offer investment rights, and then we could just yoink the buildings back. I was kind of thinking that that might be an okay play pattern with Japan. If we go for mutual investment rights, I think when we fight them, they privatize all the buildings we own in their territory, though. So I think it's maybe worse on them specifically. Can we please choose the game? Yeah. Treaty mechanic is so busted, that's gonna get perma-nerfed. I mean, like, their attitude towards some things is just like, look, if the player wants to do this, they can do this, we're not gonna police it. And that might be one of those things. You can attack GB day 1 to get rid of isolationism? Yeah. I mean, we could do that. I'm not sure the preferred way that they do this, though. Maybe we take a look. We'll put an interest and we'll attack Singapore. And then we'll back down to what they do. But I'm not sure what they go for if we attack Singapore. This was one of the old strategies, is you would attack New South Wales for them to open up your market. Got off isolation in less than a year as Dakota is off as GB. Actually, we will lose the treaty that we currently have with GB. Which is maybe not a problem, actually. The main thing that we are getting from this is the tenant farmers thing. Let's see. We're getting law commitment and money transfer, so this getting cancelled is actually not a big deal to us. But we would like to get tenant farmers through first, I think. No. Alright. You know what also is the case? This is very cheap for education. Do we have academia? Yeah, we do. Did they scale back qualifications? I think it was 15% before, but innovation's half, but I think qualifications are down by less than half? Or is this actually a qualification? Did they not nerf qualifications? Hold up. I think they only nerfed innovation, but not qualifications. Interesting. I mean, qualifications are going to throttle us a little bit. Build a little bit of this. Let them force free trade and then swap out after 5 years? Yeah. Honest question now, generals. I feel like that is prefacing maybe a less than honest question. I have a problem with democracy. Were you involved in recent community mobilization and solidarity with the immigrant justice movement in California? Was I involved in community... Are you asking if I protested? I did not. I think I was streaming that day. So you could see evidence of my not protesting. I think that a lot of the going out and protesting movements is like less efficacious than people would like to think, and I think to some degree it tends to be a little bit performative. Not that I think it does nothing, I just think that like a lot of people who go out to protest aren't like gonna give a shit about the issue in like 6 months or whatever, and they're not like serious about having a long-standing stance on the issue in a lot of cases, and they want to show up and like take selfies and like this type of thing. And this is definitely not all protests. Definitely like the people who are organizing the protests and this type of stuff, they're like of a different cloth, but yeah. So let's say you're born in the Stone Age, but every month good comes down from the heavens and demands 30% cut of your food no matter where you go. If you ask why, it says, well, I created this world. Does that seem not authoritarian? Does that seem not fair? Well, in your thought experiment where like God is taking a 30% tribute, you are excluding all the goods and services that the government provides to people, one of which is the protection of personal safety and property, which is pretty substantive. I would not want to live in a world where my next door neighbor can just come into my house, murder me, and take my stuff and face no recourse. I'm rather fond of the enforcement of both personal safety and property rights that the government does. So it's like your thought experiment completely excludes like excludes that anything is being done by the government. Rice is going to be so nice. It should suffice. Big dice. The thing is, we don't want to get absolutely canned by someone else. Netherlands doesn't look like they want to get involved. Portugal might get involved. I think we could just prevent Portugal from landing us and they just decay out whatever they decide to go for, so let's do this. We're not going to actually fight this war, but we're just putting it in. Because whatever... Actually, we don't know what war goals they put on us anymore. I was going to say whatever war goals they put on us, they can't enforce, but maybe they can enforce. Let's see. Enforce transit rights. What does this require? As a demand, does it not tell us? It doesn't. I have no idea what this requires, if they have to take our territory or not. I think we maybe take that and hope to pip a good event later with the faster enactment chance. We are gonna want a navy eventually. Yeah, that's kind of what we didn't want. Man, really? They were minus 75 or whatever. They didn't even sway in for anything. Oh, I suppose if we have to give up transit rights, that's actually not bad for us, but I was not expecting the AI to do this. We could also throw an Annex Sambas in here while we're at it, in case this actually... No, we don't want this. We want them to just decay out. If this war is winnable, we want them to decay out. We'll just keep going, though. We won't reload over that. You could just ask for monopoly rights later and then rebuy them back. It's a mega worth. Treaty parts are also crazy good. They give you more free money now. Yeah, treaty ports do seem strong. Opinions on mercantilist versus protectionist versus free trade. I think Merc is meta now. I think protectionist is meta, but mercantilism might be. I don't know. The only person who opened your market was USA. GB never demanded regime change. Oh. It is fashionable to protest, yeah. Well, like, I saw a lot of people be super, like, pushing during the George Floyd protests, for example. And then I've heard nothing from those people on the topic of, like, police reform, like, 3 months out from that. Nothing on, like, the anniversary of George Floyd, like this type of thing. And so, like, it's not that they're, like, not genuine, it's just that they're unserious. But maybe that's just, like, more people I'm familiar with and, like, not representative sample of, like, the people involved in the movement. Or, like, it's certainly not representative of all people involved in the movement, because there definitely are people working towards police reform and this type of thing. I'm just saying, the people who are serious about change generally harness the masses rather than are the masses themselves, in my opinion. So... I think we can defend with an 80 stack of this. Oh, you know what's cute? We can add navy without having ships now, right? I wonder if it requires that we have trade. No, it doesn't. Cute. Cute, cute, cute. If they, like, flub where they're putting people, like, really hard, then we should be able to get in. But I think they just blockade us and they make us cry, except we don't need access to the world market because we don't have trade. You going to school, in my opinion, is the biggest. The roads and foods drives on, the ports that import your food. Yeah, there's, like, a ton of things going on that the, like, God thought experiment completely ignores. We're behind on chat. Liberate 2 Russian countries to get recognized? Yeah. It's any state? Okay. I missed the line in the tooltip. Looks like they're just actually not going to do anything, so... Netherlands, because we don't have a war goal on them, we'll just eventually, like, cap out here. You don't have any boats? I understand. But infamy decay is a resource. We're not planning on going after, like, Brunei immediately. Let's do some of that. Nice. I wonder how much we want to push our first charter. I think we do the glass company. Because that's the only one that doesn't require us completing the honorable restoration. Kind of awkward, like, sequencing, though. We could provoke a rev to finish the restoration, but I think that's the boring way of doing it. You'd also get treaty ports on GPs now? Oh, that's right. That's so disgusting. Hello, Gene Ruby. How's it going? Well, either on serious people or they just go defund the police. Well, defund the police, like, the people who were very aggressive in doing that also included a lot of, like, trolls. Like, the more extreme movements on both sides are, like, propagated by, like, Russian troll farms. So you have to be, like, a little bit careful. Like, most IRL people I have talked to regarding policing, and I know plenty of people on the left, were not actually for, like, defunding the police. They thought that that was kind of like an absurdity. And so what happens is that in the public, like, narrative, the people chanting, like, defund the police, especially, like, on right-wing, like, media, it gets held up as, like, a prototypical example of someone on the left, and that's just, like, not the case with all the people I know on the left, and also understanding, you know, what's going on in terms of the polls getting echo-chambered by trolls. I think is worth, like, thinking through. But some people were definitely, like, defund the police in, like, in a serious way, but, yeah. True protesters are those who try to unalive themselves for attention. I don't think so. They're paid by special interests. This is just, like, not true. That'd be way too expensive and, like, a rather absurd way of trying to invest money rather than just putting money in the pockets of politicians. It's like the people who thought that the vaccines were tracking people. It's, like, just an absurdity. Because if you want to track people, there's much more effective ways of doing it. You would track their cell phones, or you would put cameras on streetlights to track, car movements and this type of thing. That would be much cheaper and more effective than, like, injecting people with trackers. There's much more effective, if there's, like, a cabal, a deep state cabal of some kind, or, like, a leftist cabal, there are much more lucrative avenues of you spending your money than paying people to protest. Many progressives, anarchist, dem soc groups have paid a lot of attention to bail reform, prison abolition, etc., but, attention and participation from the mass population died down. Yeah, I agree. I'm talking more about the masses rather than the people who are heavily involved. I was trying to make that distinction. Ooh. Oh, we didn't even check our PMs at game start. I don't know that we want fig orchards without trade. We don't have tools yet. Tools are going to be pretty... Yeah, okay, let's actually get tools so that we can switch our wood over. This is actually what we should be focusing on early. I forgot the loop. Let's get our government administrations, then go tooling shops. Libertarians aren't sending their best folks, some bad hombres. Well, I think a lot of libertarians are just like, the government should do nothing type of people. Anything the government provides could be provided privately. No, this is just not the case. Like, if you study economics, certain things will be underprovided if they're non-excludable goods. And if those things have a lot of positive externalities or just like a lot of value, then they should be provided by the government. Things like lighthouses. Lighthouses will just be underprovided because you cannot exclude the value of the lighthouse, right? If there's a lighthouse and it's preventing ships from hitting the rocks, the ships don't have to pay shit, right? This means that the true value, lighthouses in general, will be underprovided because the ship is getting value, the ship doesn't have to pay the lighthouse. Also, various regulations ensure that people pay the right amount in, like, contract law and this type of thing. And you're just, like, completely ignoring, like, that as another aspect that government provides, which is that it enforces contracts between two parties. Which would just, like, your like, anti-government position is just absurd, like, on the basis of, like, or categorical anti-government, because it enforces contracts as well. Like, what you're suggesting doesn't happen without contracts, not in a meaningful way. You don't get Meiji. Yeah, I understand if you don't get Meiji. But this is an example of a good, a non-excludable good that will be underprovided. So will firefighting, for example. Because in order to firefight, if someone's paying for the firefighters and, like, the house next door to them is on fire, the firefighter has to ensure that the first person's house is safe, put out the fire on the other person even though they didn't pay for it. I have to disagree with the protest comment. People who only go to protests for performance are rare in my experience. Them being stupid and therefore flip-flop on issues is true, though. Allow me to put it a different way. I know people who went to the protest and did this entire thing and, like, did a ton of posts on social media, and then they've not posted about any of those issues after the fact. So, like, in terms of my personal experience, I just, like, disagree. I see a lot of people who, like, were for, like, the George Floyd protests and then haven't said anything about policing subsequently since, after, like, just doing a ton of, like, stuff on social media. What do you think about the new prestige goods grocery? You can print food by building up local food industries. I don't have a super strong opinion on it. I have to look at all the substitute goods for food and this type of thing, because the prestige goods for consumption goods are interesting because they cause things to be overconsumed, and so this requires more thinking through and also seeing the degree to which things get overconsumed. I don't really know the numbers on these types of things, so can we get ticks below 0? No, we can't. Perfect. Have you seen the bugs with interest groups? Yeah, we're gonna have a super strong rural folk for forever. Truly, laws are threats made by a dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just the promise of violence that's enacted, and police are basically an occupying army. I mean, I don't think that's, I think that's a particularly ungenerous interpretation of, like, social contract. For sure. Sound off, I guess. Loudest, most radical always get the attention and drags combo to the extreme. There are incentives structures to particularly do that, and some people who don't care about the issues are trying to push an echo chamber, the loudest people, to, like, it's not only the case that the social media companies, like, propagate the extremes by virtue of their incentive structures, but also there are bad faith agents that are specifically trying to amplify the extremes. The interest group bug has killed my Industrials Japan run. Almost certainly, because it'll be all rural folk. Yeah. I don't know, you can push through the laws with some of the nonsense. If you get migration, apparently migration is the way to do it, because they enter your or migration might be one of the ways in which you can change the interest groups. Pallets of bricks and gas masks being delivered to protests, same playbook every time. I'm not sure I've seen a pallet of bricks or masks being delivered at any point in time. I'd be welcome to review any sort of sauce on that. Suspect it might not be forthcoming. %of your capitalists are rural folk. Yeah, but that's because the way that it works right now is they don't rethink what interest group they belong to. So if they were rural folk before and then they get promoted to capitalist, they stay capitalist. Hey, Apocalypse. Or APOC. How's it going? A little behind on chat, so... We'll see what tracking looks like when PBB passes and Palantir gets every American into the database contract. Yeah, but that's different than injecting stuff into people. Which is like exactly my point, is there's more effective ways to track people. Bro lawyers are already private. You effing moron. Perhaps you didn't understand like what I meant when I said contract law was enforced by the government. The lawyers aren't out there with like batons enforcing the contracts. Governments enforce contracts. What would be the best country for a max GDP run? I don't know if anything specifically changed, but I think the EIC, like, in theory is really good because of the Zamindars interest group. One thing that's really important for a max GDP run is maximizing pop by the end date, and this is a really strong modifier. Because it applies to people in subsistence farms. So, I think EIC probably has the best shot at maximizing by the end date population, so that's probably a good shout. And then they also have this, which is also good. What they don't get is they don't get the industrial investment pool, but in the 100-year timeline, that's the capitalist reinvestment's actually, I don't think that important. So, it's probably some EIC, but the start seems awkward and rough, and maybe because the start is awkward and rough, a different country is better, something like this. Before it was like, who goes Turtle Island best, or something like this, but Turtle Island's been taken out, so... Pop, pop. You don't have capitalism without a state? Yeah, this too. Because property rights and contracts are enforced by the state. Literally insane? You're saying robbery is justified? No, I'm not saying robbery is justified. I'm saying in a world without governments, robbery would happen. That's like, also contracts will be a thing, just privately. Nobody fucking enforces the contracts. I mean, I think you're just a troll just trying to start an argument because you just entered with, like, a provocative question. Like the person who we've banned, like, 10 times does, and he just ban evades and makes new accounts, and you have a 2-month-old account and you haven't chatted before. But, like, also... Yeah, also it's just, like, it's like a nonsense response. The person who enforces the contracts is the government. You're just saying that there will be contracts is silly. So maybe we bop. Did you guys know that society's controlling? I'm a very profound person with very profound thoughts. Yeah. Who knew, like, society enforces certain standards? So once this tooling workshop finishes, we'll be able to go up on our wood PMs, which will help us out quite a lot. We're also getting tenant farmers through relatively well here. Probably not the most explosive start. The most explosive start probably is just, like, fiddling with a bunch of treaties now. Which I don't think we want to uber abuse the treaties. There's probably some way to get investment rights on them. That'll just be absurd. Actually, maybe that's what we should have gone for, instead of, passing tenant farmers. I suppose that we can renegotiate this to give us investment rights. Because currently we're accumulating an investment pool, we're not draining it. What's your thought about max birthright agrarian mandate Qing for max GDP run? I think that EIC did it better. The Qing doesn't have anything like this. So, oligarchy is the only law I settled on for most of the early mid games, so I can have strong industrialists with a good legitimacy. Yeah, I think that doing anything after wealth voting with like the new thing that the way things work maybe gonna be hard to empower industrialists. If you do a vocation in Germany, then you force you to work at that company and it works fine. One of the few things working well in modern Germany. I mean, your topic's switching here. The company forcing you to do that is done through the government because the government enforces contracts, and you don't want to live in a world where like companies are enforcing contracts via force, because that's just like a world with a bunch of private thugs. Like, point about schools is moot. By the way, it's not mute; it's moot. So, just ban that guy? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Because I think I know who it is, so... Probably entertained it long enough. I was able to get recognized super early by getting an embassy treaty, renegotiating the embassy treaty away, and then renegotiating it back. Oh, that's interesting. That's fascinating. Because you get like 1 point every time you get that in. What is the state but a company with an enforced monopoly? Well, if you have a democratic state, the people vote on that, which is not the case when you have a corporation. So the state answers to the people in some extent. And also, the enforced monopoly over something like military rights or rights to build an army to defend the nation, I think is probably a good thing. Also, it's a good thing to have a monopoly for things that are underprovided by private industry. And the government should just do those things, like, as we mentioned before, lighthouses. There's zero concept here behind trying out the new Manchuria company. It seems like maybe Mitsui and the others, Zaibatsu's. Yeah, I think that the Manchuria company is just, like, pressured in too many different ways. But how are you going to consent to a contract at 5 years old? Yeah, this is also, like, kind of why I'm not a fan of companies somehow paying for education in exchange for government being paid for by companies. I don't think that this guy's like arguing in good faith here. I think that he's just the person who comes back with new accounts because his account is 2 months old. This is the first time he's ever chatted, and he immediately tries to start an argument here, which is kind of the MO. So I think we're just gonna bop him at this point. Yeah, now he's spamming Z because he's a Russian troll. And he knows he's gonna get banned at this point. The good old classic. Smell you later, dog. Come back with a new account. We'll do it again. Classic, the Russian troll trying to provoke arguments on the chat. Because he's mad that we're raising money for Ukraine. But when I say that, you know, the trolls are trying to provoke division amongst people in the United States by making provocative arguments and arguing either side or both sides or this type of thing. Both doing stuff like promoting, like, the more provocative versions of both the right and the left. This is kind of, to some extent, what I'm talking about here. Like, he's just entering to start arguments. But I think that people want to maybe focus more on victory anyway here. Which I do feel some kind of way about banning people, but it's just the instant he knows he's gonna get banned, he starts spamming Z. It's like fucking classic, man. You have your dedicated trolls, you're one of the big boys now? I think it's because I raised money for Ukraine, not because I'm big. Could not the landowners have a private police force? Yeah, that would create some problems. Hey. Oh, I forgot this is a thing, like... Oh no, wait. Is it a thing? Yeah, holding tab does this. Which is like wild as hell to me. It does it in the EU5 UI as well. And like, I've never like done that before, or like accidentally clicked it, or like intentionally clicked it. Zalrath, thank you for the follow. Lakito, thank you for the follow. Big nice. So, 20 years of Persia run, I went to mess around with their Unique Oil company, only realized that Qing won the Opium War and banned opium. Big sad. I think that you can trigger the Opium War again. I forget how you do it. I think maybe if you get a treaty port, you start exporting opium to them. It might have to be that they rev. They might have to rev and lose the rev. Opinions on the best economic system after this update? Oh, this is tough. Because I don't know how good monopolies are, really. I don't have a good feel for this. If monopolies are insane, interventionism is not the best anymore. If monopolies aren't worth the slotting, then laissez-faire is going to be best. And so now you have this weird thing where, like, okay, how much authority do you accrue over the course of the game? And can you afford to put in all the really good, juicy charters on your company, and do those charters include monopolies? And if they do, interventionism is going to be best. For maximizing GDP by the end date, interventionism is going to be best. But for just overall, just generic play, it might be the case that you go laissez-faire and then swap interventionism at some point. Early on, you have so much investment pool that maybe it's even something like interventionism to laissez-faire to interventionism, or interventionism to laissez-faire to cooperative ownership. Cooperative ownership is also just a huge question mark as it relates to like what's good or not good. That I don't really have the answers to. Slava Ukraine, yeah, basically. My cat does that when she walks on the keyboard. Don't ban me too. I don't know. You should make a generalist bingo card. The loud card is some dude trolling on a new account. I mean, it's the same dude. I don't think anarcho-capitalism was on the Russian agenda. It's not. The entire point is causing arguments. And getting people, like, on the left and the right to fight. And not concern themselves with actual issues, which is that Russia considers itself as war with America. It's just not interested in a kinetic war because it loses that, but it's been waging, like, a digital war. And an espionage war on America for some time now. And so when people in the US are focused on each other and are eating themselves from the inside, then they're not focused on what Russia's doing. Any tips to winning as Brazil's Puritanian Republic? I didn't take a close look at this. I like your back and forth with that guy. I think you enjoyed it a bit. Some of the discussion of banter is okay. He's also just, like, clearly not operating in good faith. So, like, whatever I say, it's, like, just hyper irrelevant. You know, I'm not going to change his mind or anything like this. So, to some extent, I guess it's maybe if I get tired of talking, I can just ban him. But, like, to another extent, like, I don't think chat wants to see that type of thing take over for several hours or whatever. And some people were looking to have it done. I thought the tab thing has been in since release. Yeah, I just, like, never click it. And then I clicked it when playing EU5. I wish there was a way to, like, not zoom out so much. I don't know. Maybe that's, like, the wrong button for thinking of that. Because I could just scroll wheel if I want to zoom out medium. But if I want to full zoom out, we have tab. And then you just hold it. I don't even think we want to land in the near future, but we do want to get the ship started so that we can have higher level boat things. Maybe the construction's more important at this point, but we have finished our tooling workshops now. So let's go on to sawmills. Let's do that. We have a shortage of tools, but that'll get resolved as those things deploy up. I like monopolies for prestige goods only. Yeah, it increases, mathematically, it's also like, it's an interesting one because the lower the price on the good, like the better the monopoly is. But if it's above even price, it's like actively bad. But will we do a prestige goods tier list? I'm not sure the best metric yet, but maybe. I think that it's probably just going to be like a way of thinking through it, and then from that way of thinking through it, like everything just follows. That like doing tier lists is maybe silly, but what's quite interesting is that one of the biggest anarcho-capitalist movements that existed in Ukraine. Interesting, huh? What do you say to that? What? I don't have knowledge of that particular movement. But also, let's take a look at your channel activity. Hey, account made 1 month ago, looking to start an argument regarding Ukraine, trying to throw Ukraine out under the bus. I think we'll get ahead of this one and just ban this guy immediately. So we've already put up with this a little bit. I think this is the same guy. He's back on a new account. He's back on a new account, boys. Smell you later. If you are indeed not the person we think you are, you feel free to message me on Discord about getting unbanned. But I remember how RT, Russian TV, was full pro-COVID vaccination propaganda in Russia while supporting all the anti-vaxxers and spreading such info in the US, EU. Yeah, but they're spreading both sides. It's not just the anti-vax side. They're also spreading the everyone's going to die type of side too. The entire point is conflict, not pushing one particular sort of way of looking at it. We are actually going to need to build more. Oh wait, this guy's still haven't employed up all the way yet. I think that we want iron mines here. No, we don't have iron here. We have iron here though. Let's get a tooling workshop here. And then let's maybe throw some of those down a little bit. I would enjoy a debate-only stream, but only if you do Fortnite dances between discussions. Yeah. Do you think the Vic 3 mod for EU5 will be better than Vic 3? I think it'll be just way different. I think if you care about like granularity of ownership and pops, the Vic 3 is going to be better. I think if you want like a lot of complexity in the systems and like you want regional stuff to matter and you want like there's like a lot of different types of things that EU5 is doing. But yeah. But let's see if that guy swaps onto another account. Is the same guy back again? Yeah, that's what that was. I don't know, you had a Discord? Yeah, it's linked in below. Would you be interested in rating people's saves from the new update, like a series or one pilot video? I would be, but like I've done that type of content before and it like hasn't done that well. I prefer to focus on Vic 3, could argue, but I'm here for debating. Yeah. I suppose, like, I'm disinterested in saying the same thing I've already said multiple times. And so once it just becomes, like, a circle and, like, there's not any fresh points and it's just, being obstinate and, also I don't think he's operating in good faith or this type of thing, then, like, maybe that's kind of when the ban comes in. But the Ukrainians did it immediately after the person who's like pro-Russia spamming Z's in chat gets banned, and he's on a brand new account, only a month old, this type of thing. I mean, come on. In my 36 to 36 sessions, monopolies are the only good way to make your company top one in the world. Hits to other companies' profits / SOL for pops is greater than whatever benefit big company will give you, so LF all the way from me. Monopolies are only good to make your company top one in the world. Hits to other companies' profits SOLs for greater pops is greater than whatever. Yeah, so this is the thing. The monopolies increase prices, right? But it depends what you're monopolying. But like the heuristic, I guess here wood is one of the big things. The heuristic, I think, is that you take the difference between sell orders and buy orders, but that is sell orders minus buy orders, and you times it by base price, and you times it by the degree to which the price is under base price, and that's the amount of value a monopoly produces. But it has cascading effects which are negative. So if you have way more buy orders, like way more industries that the thing is feeding into, then increasing the price actually hurts your economy. So it has to be something that is low price, specifically. But, like, it's not like it's giving you throughput or something like this, or output bonus. It's giving you higher prices. So I'm inclined to think that it's... But it might be okay on something like tools, which is just an enormous percentage of your overall buy and sell orders. If you really, really collapse the price of tools super hard, like, I could see it being good. I could also see it being good on things where you could export your buy orders very effectively, so prestige consumer goods, but only up to a point where, like, before you're, like, the entire world's economy, because you force other people to eat the goods more than they should, the prices are higher, and you are not the one paying extra in terms of your SOL and, like, this, in your inputs on your industries, because it's other countries that are eating it when it's the prestige consumption good. I don't need Russian trolls to have extremely outlandish opinions. That's fair. I'm not trying to ban people from having outlandish opinions I disagree with. There's, like, plenty of people in this chat that I think I strongly disagree with. That I think are just, like, real people that are acting in good faith. I just think that they're, like, don't understand the world or whatever. But that's, like, a different thing than what's being done with this other guy. Although some things make me a bit uncomfortable. So I'm not categorically saying I won't ban people who I think are real. It's just, I think I have a very high tolerance for opinions I disagree with, generally speaking. You have much less audience, I guess. You grow so much since the EU5 announcement. I don't know how much the EU5 people are, like, watching my Big 3 stuff, though. I gained a lot of subs, but, like, I think that those subs in terms of the viewership and this type of thing are relatively segregated. Let's actually kick this to the top, eh? Man, I am kid. Someone's kid, at least. That's true. Oh, we're at 0 infamy. So... Oh, I really don't want the EIC to side against us here. Or Ching. How big is our navy anyways? Not very big. Yeah, our rural folk are just gonna get turbo powerful this run just because of how things work. Oh, we passed. I'm an idiot. We passed the thing. Let's maybe get off of... No idea why they care. They're domineering. I think they canceled our agreement. I have a sneaking suspicion. State religion or whatever might be better than it was before because wages are less of a bad thing. We would like a liberal movement. We could also try decking on, like, Singapore or something to see if the UK sides against us. I guess we'll kind of see a little bit here if something happens. What's with the crash behavior? For me, crashing entire PC. You might have Intel. I've heard that Intel's a little bit maybe worse for that. Alon, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. I think that there's like a way to fix it if that's the issue. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head. We are losing way too much money. Even accounting for reinvestment. We built too much construction. We flew too close to the sun. Not gross. Let's do something like this. Let's up taxes and up consumption taxes. Because we're not trying to pass anything. God, that's just like a drop in the bucket, eh? Why are we losing so much more? Did we just have a huge investment pool and we were draining it and we didn't notice because we were paying attention? Not like this. I know Great Britain was giving us some money as well. What's our real expenses? It's the construction goods. That should curb things back a little bit here. So we should start... Yeah, we're making a bounce back. Wait until EU5. Would you say that EU5 is more adapted to the time period? Since mechanics are so general. I think that like a global like market, for example, doesn't make sense for EU5 and it does for Big 3. What would it take you for to stream Mayu Mod in preparation for EU5? I think that that stream would do really poorly, so... I guess I would need a reason to stream it. We're gonna save and see if we can deck on Singapore and get ourselves opened up. I thought that as well, but I don't think Paradox would want to, since it kind of implies cultures are alcoholics. Having cultures having a liquor obsession, yeah. I think that they don't want to do that. Although, generally speaking, I think that they are to some degree okay with asymmetries. That I'm like... is this all EIC now? Has it always been all EIC? I feel like it hasn't. Alright, we'll see if Great Britain puts in war goals against us. Or what the primary demand is. Open a Japanese market. We are okay with this. It does put us onto free trade, but... and gives us a little bit of infamy, but I think it's fine. Classic. I think they'll also be less belligerent towards us now. Let's add a couple trade centers. And start kicking things up. We do have to delete more construction, I think. Try to really head this off at the start of this downward. Of course, we could try and get money from some of these guys, but... Let's go for Germany for the interests. Or side the rivalries. I think EU5 will be very adaptable to other periods, but compromises on what areas you want to focus on. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'll be able to abstract the politics and the ownership like the VIC-3 can. But, like, I care about the economic systems and not so much the politics of the people, so... I could see an EU5 Victorian era mod for me being more enjoyable than Victoria 3. Although I think Victoria 3 is really elegant. People are getting peasantivized by posting stuff like porridge and oatmeal is healthy. Aesthetic, skinny breakfast options when it's the same gruel medieval serfs would have eaten. The people are getting peasantivized. Not sure how you can model an electoral political system of 19th century with the type of mechanics I've seen shown in EU5. Yeah, I think EU5 is relatively simplistic on the politics front compared to Vic-3. But that's like... if Vic-3 were somehow worse on like the politics front, that would be like not ideal. Right. How good is this trade center going to be off the bat? It's weird that it has a trade before it's been constructed. Even negative balance? Doesn't seem right. Is that because it's employing up? Traded quantity minus 50%. Oh. Yeah, that seems like a that seems like an important important bit. So now we can also get trade relations things. I'm a dedicated viewer for both. Will we get a video of what you would like better in this update? I mean, I've been beating the dead horse, and the thing that I want to see updated is the system for the thing I really want to see updated is Diplo plays. Are we tariffing here? Base? No. No. Oh, we start off with 0 tariffs or subventions or anything. Interesting. Intel's so bad with these games, switched a few months ago. RIP. Did you give up on Poe 2? I wasn't enjoying Poe 2 that much. I enjoyed 1 more, although I didn't stream the latest reset on 1. I've just been too busy with the other stuff. Like, I'm trying to get up a relatively good pace here on Vic-3 for like the next week or 2. And so, trying to do 2 things a day, and I just like can't possibly play Poe. I don't want to touch it. And if I'm going to touch it, it's going to be on a reset, so it's maybe next reset. Will you play in Realms of Exler now that they have updated a new patch? Yeah, I will. At some point. Did they switch Singapore from direct GB role to EIC? Yeah, it's EIC now. Or Great Britain, like, the AI gave it to them for whatever reason. I don't know what that's about. But it does seem to be EIC owned. How can we... What are we paying for? Interest? Wow, that much on interest? Holy shit. Really? With that credit line? I realize our interest would be that high with that much credit. I mean, we could just get Great Britain to Deus Ex Machina out our debt at some point. So maybe we just don't give a shit at all. Like, in theory, we should care. I think in theory we flubbed, but... Practice is theory and practice, but non... Or practice is theory and theory, but non-practice. Yeah, we don't have a built-up investment pool that we could just sell off the buildings. Goods on government buildings are pretty expensive, too. Yeah, we're kind of okay passing religious schools. Although it'll be hard for us to get rid of the religious people with the bug, as it stands. Classic Japan debt spiral. Yeah, we're just gonna get someone to pick up our debt at some point. We'll just look to slow it down. The plan is going to be someone picking up our debt, though. I don't think any of these bonuses are 25%, right? Yeah, Edo Bay is just a little bit different. Is it different, or is it just named different? Yeah. It's just named different. I do like that we have places that have rice output modifier. Let's add a little bit to the queue. And then I think that, yeah, we have the iron, so we can switch to iron, wrought iron tools here. And we can also import iron, right? Now as well. Maybe add a trade center there. I would just love to keep Vic 3 as it is, except for port the map of EU5 over at the granularity is so much better. That would just, like, that's categorically, like, impossible, but yeah. That's actually, like, one of the things that, like, when I switched back to Vic 3, I was just like, holy shit, dude. Portugal in Vic 3 is 3 states. In EU5, this is 69 locations. So, I mean, in Vic 3, a lot of the economics gets abstracted to this, like, top layer, like, spreadsheet, where you're looking, like, at this. You know, so it's, like, it's less important. But in terms of EU5 is a little bit more similar to a city builder, and you care about terrain and distance and these types of things. And I think caring about terrain and distance and these types of things is interesting. And doing that when you have a system with very little, like, granularity in terms of the locations is not, I think, as good a system for that. And so, like, Vic 3, though, like, its granularity is, like, on this. And so the question is, where do you want your granularity in terms of the economics? The EU5 user interface scares me. I mean, it's being updated. It's an early access version. But also, the thing that scares you maybe is doesn't have an issue. Unrecognized with no tech, you never want to go into debt. I understand. We're planning on getting someone to take on our debt. But I do think I flubbed it, in terms of normal playing. I got too pressed arguing with the pro-Russia guy. Maybe. Privatize your chat, yeah. The Diploplay should be integrated into deals where war is one of the article that they can make. Yeah. I mean, I think that, yeah. Currently, like, what they, like, portrayed it as being, it's not really, like, that way. We just have to... Wow, it takes forever for the EIC to decay out of this. That's fascinating. Wow, I'm surprised this number's gotten smaller. I was not expecting that. Okay, it's back up. I'm worried it'll be another Risorgimento. Japanese market shock therapy, yeah. They have to make some sort of World War I DLC. I would love that as well. I think that that's part of like the Diploplay rework, to be honest. That there should be like escalating tensions mechanic as well. The new treaty system is cool, but it does add a lot of cheese. Yeah, just like Uber cheese. Because, yeah, this is what we're going to do as Japan here. We're just going to get them to take on our debt. And this isn't necessarily even the most pushed way to play. It's just how we're going to try and get this in. I think that they don't like joining a war if there's already a war involved, so maybe we go after Sulawesi too here. We just don't want to get hit by Great Qing. I think we're okay though to do this, and eventually we're just gonna land the 3 of them. We don't have to do it immediately because the war just stays in for forever. Someone else getting the bug of not conquering the state that was pressured in a war? Yes, this is a bug that has been present since release. That's actually the most frustrating bug. Since the release of this patch. It's one of the reasons why I like my no war Panama run. Because if you don't have any war goals you're enforcing, then they can't brick, now can they? Hey, we got them. We got them. So I think what we're going to go for is the company down here, the gold company, if we can. So that's going to make us want to go after Sintang as well. I'm not sure we could go after Sintang, though, until we have... Do we have an interest down here? We do. So we could try landing Sulawesi. I think what we're going to do is we're going to get some cavalry here. I do love that you don't you can now put it, you can build units that you don't have the goods for. It reduces clicks by a lot. I think this is a really good change. How much is our trade center making? So that's a lot per construction. This is a 100 construction building. So let's do some of that. And we have shortages and stuff, so it will be fixing that. We just, in order to not go down, we just have to make sure we pip above that every once in a while. So we could just raise wages temporarily and then lower them back down. Miss the old crisis system from Vic 2. I like the idea of diploplays eventually being started by radical events and not always governments directly pursuing something. Yeah, I think that, like, the entire system related to the instigation and resolution of wars, I think it's just like Vic 3's biggest problem, and I think it's been their biggest problem for forever. Like, I think that's a worse problem than trade not effectively working, but they prioritize anything economic over anything that's economic or political gets prioritized over anything military or diplomatic. In terms of the way that the devs seem to select what to work on. And the creation and resolution of diplomatic plays seems to be one of those. Don't have a border with them? We don't need a border. Wait, what? There's a bug, by the way. Don't give trading rights to your Canal company. It already has those, so the game glitches and deletes your company. Oh, that's the thing I wanted to report. I saw that bug, and I was meaning to report it to the devs, but then I forgot. I had my screenshot, and I was like, I knew I wanted to report something, and then I couldn't remember what it was. Do you know which companies will be most profitable? In terms of overall profit or productivity? Those are like two different questions. I think in general, tools as a proportion of your total construction and buy and sell orders, as a total of all your total construction, both nominally and factoring in, or as a total of all your buy and sell orders, both nominally and factored in for construction, tools are going to be overwhelmingly the thing that is most present in your economy. So getting throughput on tools is really valuable. I think if you're playing multiplayer, though, it creates an interesting situation where if everyone goes tools, you probably don't want to go tools. You know what I mean? And so you probably want to go for something else. The barracks is maybe gratuitous. In theory, I think we probably should have deleted some of our military, but... Yikes, royalist. Get out of here. Get out of here. How weakened are we from opening up the thing? Kind of. Not weakened enough. We maybe shouldn't have gone religious school. Maybe we should have just gone for landed voting. Or wealth voting. Or even trying to get off traditionalism. We definitely should try and get off traditionalism. We could see how Great Britain or... Yeah, they all feel terrible about us. That sucks. Do we really not rival these little guys? It's because we're a major power? Maybe we should decay down. We're probably supposed to progress by one phase because we only have 2 phases. Something like this. Very happy with Victory's economic system as of this patch. Diplomacy definitely is the next highest priority to fix. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For so long I've been like screeching that the diploplay is the issue, the biggest issue. A lathe will get there before we get to there. So let's start upping that a little bit. We maybe can go for Sulawesi here. God, I keep wanting to click some of my hotkeys for EU5. It seems like minus 65 is like the cap. So we'll just get a big fat debt and then we'll try and have someone forgive it for us. Should you work towards premium resources from trade companies? The prestige goods, I think generally they're good, but like there's also other things you're evaluating. It shouldn't be like I need 7 different prestige goods out of all my slots. Am I the only one who goes the diplomatic and political lens to build railways and admin buildings? The diplomatic and political lens? You can't even do that anymore. They're all here. Since the Balkans will be the next flavor, then likely there will be some rework to diploplays, since so much Balkans in the 19th century is great powers diplomatic. Yeah, I'm hoping that there's a little bit, but Lino very specifically said there will be no major mechanics reworks for the rest of the year, in like a response to a comment. And for them, that's what they've called a flavor patch. We have no more mechanics DLCs coming through the pipeline. Like, this was the mechanics DLC, and we don't have any other ones that are announced for the remainder of the year. Hey, Lucy Goosey, how's it going? I remember my first Diplo play, it felt cool and dynamic because I kept escalating, people joined, and the other side backed down. I like the idea of the system, but it's not its implementation. I feel exactly the same way. I like the idea of the Diplo play, I just don't like its execution. Let's do all that. I do hope that their attitude towards us changes. I don't know why it's so negative. Is this just a Japan thing? People just feel bad about you? It's nothing like nothing like the West now. The natural decay out of wars? Has that been changed? It feels so ungodly slow. We declared this basically at game start. And like the EIC or whatever hasn't decayed out yet. With the Dutch East Indies. And we can't land through their fleet. Austria is improving relations. I think we actually maybe even want to decay down to unrecognized power. We can't offer this because we're on free trade. They don't care about us non-colonizing. I think they won't positively care about any law commitment of ours. Because we haven't seen that. We could give them a treaty port. Which they don't even want. Jeez. So much for all that, huh? They don't care about our non-colonization. That's almost nothing for an embassy. They're really low base because of diplomatic stance. Yeah, I think we just want to wait until we hit cordial and see if that changes their attitude. Or we're at cordial. I guess we have to wait and see if it's the other thing. We also kind of have some idea about where they declare wars. Or tend to. And we could just join their side in a war, maybe. Yeah, you go Diplo and Political because of muscle memory? Me too, for a while. No, it gets bigger. I saw you max at 135, but I think it depends on your debt to GDP, and I saw the raw number GDP would be more logical. Also, sometimes it shows what they would agree, but their current debt is too big, so deals auto-decline after you send it out. Oh, interesting. Base decay hasn't changed, but do you have any modifiers on? Don't think I will. I do. I think for flavor, I'd like to see a prohibition stuff, maybe black market mechanic. I would not want to see, like, I don't want to see more economics, like, weird intricacies over fixing, like, the diplo play. Like, thinking that the dev hours are finite, that's like, not that I wouldn't like a system like that, it's just like, that's not how I want dev hours invested. Atmo engine time. I think after that we're gonna go for our first company. But I think we go currency standards and banking first. Let's check all of our buildings. Probably do some of that. Ooh, this is getting a little yikes. We're gonna need someone to take on our debt soon. just +1. So maybe Great Britain's gonna be the easiest, and we just give them, we won't, non-colonization in a lot of spots. I wish we could select multiple simultaneously. And then... ouchie. Alright, next thing we're passing is we're gonna get off free trade, I guess, so that we can add another +40 to the treaties. We do have to get that through before we default. Oh, we maybe flew a little too close to the sun. I was thinking we could get someone to take on our debt before we collapsed. Yeah, we actually just have a turbo small economy. I should have paid closer attention here. We could give someone investment rights, though, and then privatize all our buildings. That would do it, too. Why do you think Paradox has not added the Austrian painter as a fascist agitator? I think that, like, Vic 3 is, like, much more interested in being politically correct than the other genres, I think. Also, he was not that substantive during the game's timeline, so I definitely understand it from that perspective. I agree. The only thing Vic 3 has is economics. They really should expand other mechanics. I would love to see a massive culture system that gives you something to play for other than line goes up. As well, overseeing like another economic like overhaul. Like so, just reviewing the patches, okay? Patch 1.1 was a lot of UI fixes and economic overhaul. Patch 1.2, economic overhaul. Patch 1.3, politics overhaul, we get agitators. Patch 1.4 was basically a bridge patch where nothing happened. Patch 1.5, they overhauled economics and they did military stuff. The economics overhaul was mappy, right? So that got introduced. Companies also introduced. So a few things going on in 1.5. Patch 1.6, bridge patch. Nothing happens except they fixed the construction queue bug that was around for 5 months and we absolutely hated that bug. Patch 1.7, power blocks. So this is something that's somewhat political in nature. So this is maybe the first patch where it's not like all about the economics, right? So that's patch 1.7. Patch 1.8 is the racism patch. That's basically a politics patch, right? And the internal political system movements, these types of things, these get reworked. So basically all the patches they've done have either been politics or economics. So in terms of like their selection process, that really is what they care about. And so like asking them to like they've done like small military things like in between those, but the only big military like patch was 1.5, let's say, and maybe to some degree you consider this one, but this one, I think the trade thing is like the bigger thing, and is I don't know if they spent more like dev hours on like the way that fronts have been changed and this type of thing, but I imagine more dev hours were spent on world trade. So we could call this trade and military, but like fundamentally they haven't had actually other than 1.7 no patch has been without a major, has done anything major without also having that major thing be political / economics. Yeah. Alright, I'm heading out, General. Godspeed, Gene. Have to work early tomorrow in the AM. Glad I was able to catch you. It was good seeing you. It's been a while since you've been able to hang out and chat. Can you annex insignificant unrecognized power in one plane out? Yes. How do you know why banned slavery can only be declared on initiating diploplay and not negotiated as a sub-goal of one? I do not know why. I do not know. Vic 3 has locations too, but they are only shown for army movements, which isn't shown to the player. Fair. Try and see if good transfers give any bonuses. Oh, this is true. Not sure we want to transfer them this amount of wood. Creates buy orders and lets us build more wood, I guess. It's not enough. Oh, we're at plus 75 on the debt thing now. Awooga. Yeah, this is all to interest. You'd be net positive without the interest. We do want to throttle it, but there's no way. It's just a runaway train now. We just have to get someone to take it on before it's too late. Or we go bankruptcy. This is maybe okay. I mean, if we became a major power, it also, or unrecognized major, it'd decrease our debt by quite a bit. But with this, we can rival a bunch of... Why can't we rival all the guys in here? Oh, did we lose our interest in there? No, we didn't. Alright, let's take that and... Who wants us to get off of... Yikes, no one wants to get a... Wait, no. Yeah, so... Who's gonna lead us off of this? Shogunat's fine with that. Cool. Oh, we can't switch it? For how long? Japanese does not have forced market opening. May not change for 60 months. Awkward. And now we can no longer make a government with the Intelligentsia, I think. Oh, we can. Oh, they really hate it. I mean, we could rev... Well, we could rev reset our... We could intentionally rev to reset our thing as well. We lose all our wars, though. Economics in Vic 3 is USP. There's always going to be better games for other stuff. Colonization is not seen as politically correct. I've actually had people weirded out, but when I'm told them about Vic 3... Yeah, but I mean, something that happened in the period. One of their justifications for not giving a bunch of regional flavor, specifically... ooh, we get a boo-boo. Specifically is that... Riment FC, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. One of the reasons that's been given specifically is that they don't want to give bonuses this close to world history because they think it would be politically incorrect, so they don't want to make the Ottomans better at making furniture. 90% was spent on trade and 10% was spent on military. I mean, I don't know what the dev hours go into. Like, it could be that they've been just trying to fix military a lot, but it's just hard to fix. I don't really want to... say in a definitive way, like, where the hours are going or this type of thing, because I don't really know, but... How do we slow this down, man? I think we just can't slow it down. We could take on their debt of 200k. We get investment rights for doing that? No. They highly value this. We can't put in one of these. They don't care about any of this. They don't want a treaty port. Do they want to give us goods? Not really. We could send them money. Or we can't. Can't couple send money with take on debt. That's probably a good thing. I think the AI logic is not going to be good for, at that type of thing. Okay. Let's see about Prussia. You have any tips for completing the Magnanimous Monarch journal entries? Brazil seems really annoying. Well, we just did that on stream. Any specific tips, though? You just kind of take things a little bit slower with the laws and just don't provoke a rev. It's kind of the biggest thing. They don't like it because they have loans. It's kind of a rough one. These guys are belligerent. Surely the US will help us. I wonder what our trade centers are doing here. Importing a lot of iron. It's coming in from the Italians. Maybe we should have our interest in Italy. I think the game currently is World War I. It's impossible to occur, which is a shame. Yeah. In terms of making the game feel like a bit more of a grand narrative, having World War I be the punctuation mark at the end that you like build towards would be really nice. They're barely into that. We don't have a big enough volume of trade with these guys to go for that. You don't care about us not colonizing anywhere. I don't think we're gonna get you to take on our debt here. Do they care based on how much the debt is to us rather than how much it is to them? Because I've seen this like kind of scaling up in a somewhat linear fashion. Is that how it works? Maybe we can finally get this positive. So where do we pull back this Diplo from? Suppose here. $72. Woohoo! Ooh, looks like we do use convoys for that. Goods transfer. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Are we really still negative in money? Let's do that maybe for now. Can't force a rebellion, that would be cool. I think they're gonna add some propaganda and marketing functions. Yeah, we just spent a little bit of time trying to get that thing. Exile Shogunate, guys, so you can get something that's not authoritarian. It's probably better. We should see what it is we're going to roll, though. We're very likely to just roll another authoritarian. The modernization movement, though. Let's rake back some of our things and promote some movements, maybe. Something like this, and then something like that. And we can afford a little bit more construction. I want to get a buffer, though. A little bit of a buffer, because we don't want to run negative money. And we want to justify the fact that we deleted those last two construction sectors when we shouldn't have. Can you drop your Shogun? Can't you power block embassy plus obligation for GB deal? Yeah. They don't value money if the other side is taking on debt. I'll send you money if you give me money. Hearts of Iron has bonuses and malices. Literally Hitler and his whole regime have its own bonuses. Same for Stalin and Mao. Or yeah, so they're much more willing to say something about history and this type of stuff than Vic 3 generally is. You can't colonize here. Oh, they just get Sakhalin? That's a something. Yeah, this navy we're not breaking through. Shogunate are no longer powerful. Are you talking about exiling this guy? Is that what you're talking about? We don't have like a good replacement. It's not like we could invite someone else instead. World War I should be the equivalent of Black Death in EU5. The last section of the game should be dealing with the aftermath of it. I would love to see like an extra 20 years in this type of thing. The Japanese kids won't starve for now? Yeah, basically. That's like so valuable for us and we gave up very little for it. Yeah. I mean, I guess we're transferring 12k. For 5 years. So 12k times 60. Was that like 100 or 70? It's like 72k or something. Or sorry, 12k times 60. Yeah, it's like 72k to take on several million of debt. That seems super okay. And also it's stimulating our industries right now. So that we can spam more wood. I think that we do this all day. The wood is a lot more expensive because we're giving the sellers or whatever. So, I think we're super okay with all this. Take on debt, deal text, and calculations seem to differ. It scales linearly with your jet to GDP. It doesn't take into account their own GDP. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. Pretty sure you could claim it with Restoration JE or one of them. Oh. So now I think we get to kind of pop off. We really want investment rights from someone, though. We're cooperative with them. Oh, maybe we just have to make one treaty and then we get cooperative, and that's what we should have done. Something like this. They don't value this that highly, but if we really ramp up the trade, they will start to. It's weird you can't put trade centers on auto-expand a little bit. I think it's still good per construction. The UK, like, doesn't go after Qing so much this patch. We've seen it several times. Abdicate the throne. If we abdicate, we can't do honorable restoration. You know, transferring 12k, you sell it. You gain the money back if it's cheap enough in your market. No, I understand, but we're effectively transferring 12k. Oh, but if we make the thing really cheap... Oh, I get you. Oh, we're actually break even because we're transferring another one. We buy it in our market and we sell it in their market. So we just need to expand wood a lot. Wow. This day keeps getting better and better. Yeah, we shouldn't delete those construction sectors then. The transfer goods thing is something I didn't really take a very good look at. Are you going to release more edited gameplay videos like Panama? We're going to continue that Panama run. Did you talk about Iran yet? Not really. I just like Trump, but I actually think this one was sort of based. Iran is one of the last countries to have nukes. A regime change needs to come from the people, though, not outside. Well, didn't the US and the UK regime change a democratic Iran during the 50s and 60s because of oil? I feel like maybe that's where the error was made. If we want to talk about mistakes. We should be able to avoid going into a deficit despite this minus 2.5k because of our investment pool gains. Although when these construction sectors finish, maybe we need to re-up taxes. We're kind of trying to avoid being below minimum expected. One of the problems is also we're taxing tobacco. But Russia also seems to... I think Russia is like the biggest threat to the US. They look at themselves as just being in active conflict with the US, specifically Putin's Russia, not like Russia in the abstract. And I think that the fact that Russia doesn't want us to get involved in Iran, to me, is like one of the better reasons to be happy about it. But like, I also don't want the US getting involved in another war in the Middle East. And I don't think... like legally, in terms of international legality, it's like legal to bomb them. So I'm kind of not a fan of the way that it's been executed. I also think it should be done through Congress, because I think it's an act of war, and I think acts of war should have to go through Congress. So I think that it should have been a thing that's gotten through congressional approval. But I'm not like categorically opposed to like intervention with Iran. But I'm also not a huge fan of, like, at this point, helping Israel. I think that makes the US, like, morally complicit for what Israel does to assist Israel. So there's, like, a lot of moving parts that, like, move in different directions regarding my feelings on Iran. I always put an interest in Iran, and the Opium Wars never happened. Yeah. Do you usually finish a research tier completely before moving on to the next? So what you can do is you can research it. If you take a look here, you see the cost is 20k, and then you can see the base cost for this area is 10k. What you can do is you can research up to 10k, and then come back and research the tier 1 stuff, or just leave it at 10k. And by doing it in this way, you can effectively control what your natural or what your tax spreading in a sort of sense. It's kind of a little bit complicated to fully explain, but if we research currency standards, banking, if we researched all of these and then went for this, we could end up spreading like central archives of postal savings. But when we research 10K of corporate charters first, this forces our natural spread to go for these tier 1 texts beforehand. So in this way, we can get a faster corporate charters while simultaneously not having to pay extra for researching ahead of time. So what we were doing is we did that with Atmospheric Engine, where we researched Atmospheric Engine, and then once we had 10K research, if Lathe didn't finish first, we were just going to swap off of researching that and finish Lathe, or switch to something else. That way, we would effectively guarantee that our NAT spread was going into Atmospheric Engine, although it didn't go into Atmospheric Engine, it just went into Lathe. But if we finished Lathe, then it would have gone into one of these random techs. And so, since we're finishing the prerequisite tech with our NAT spread, it's a little bit more precise. It's kind of a nitty thing, and we often mis-execute it because we're just not paying close enough attention and like reading chat or whatever. But that's in theory how you do it. Transfer to UK at start gives you like plus 100k. Real? Am I just being silly? Interesting. Actually being able to specialize your economy feels amazing. This feels like Stellaris 2.0 or Art of War. Yeah, people are super bullish on this patch. I think that this might be the best patch ever, but like, competition's 1.7 and 1.8, although people didn't really like 1.8 very much. I thought 1.8 was spectacular. A big part of why I think 1.8 was so good had to do with the fact that like there was like zero issues. Honorable Restoration works for the next Shogun? Oh, you're right. If you abdicate, as long as you don't abdicate off of monarchy. Also invaded during World War II. Yeah. 50s CIA put Shah into the head of the state government. Yep, exactly. Kim Roosevelt, Teddy's grandson, was in charge of the operation. Yeah. Imagine following your own nation's law. Terrible. Information was really easy to control back then, and you could create the appearance of popular support much easier than today. The loud cars are calling for a war with Iran. American government doesn't care about any laws or treaties they sign. Yeah, I think that America can be often a bad actor in regards to treaties. Where the frick are they, dude? Still waiting for these guys to leave the war. I think we're gonna go after these guys as well here. Yeah. Just get a big chunk of Borneo. The whole Israel situation is just completely fucked. I honestly don't think there's a good solution that is in any way realistic. I kind of think that to some extent as well. Yeah, the solution is like go back and do things differently before. Oh, we could rival these guys that we're annexing here? Hell yeah. So what do things look like now? We're getting more positive out of the Diplo Pact, and then as we develop more wood, we'll get more and more positive. Mind is blown. I've been researching wrong the whole time. It's a small adjustment, but it's theoretically better. Also, it's weird because the US had been working hard on a deal with Iran. Yeah, I would prefer a deal with Iran where they can't build nukes and, like, they're not getting bombed. And civilians who have done nothing wrong in both Israel and Iran aren't getting fucking killed over, like, things. Do you think that diplomatic plays will be reworked? I think there were like 4 things on release that I thought were really bad and important for the game to get fixed for the game. One of those was diplo plays. Just about everything else has actually gotten touched on. I still think, and I've thought for a very long time. There's like there's a video I have which is like my 3,000 hour review of my 2,000 hour review of my 1,000 hour review of my 100 hour review, and every single 4 versions of me when I played the game at 100 hours, 1,000 hours, 2,000 hours, 3,000 hours, complain about the same freaking thing, which is the diplo plays. Oh, how do I select this army? Select this army. Oh, I don't like this. Like this? Okay. Maybe it's okay. I want to just upgrade this army only. Now we're losing too much money. Oh, did the Dutch East Indies surrender? Perfect. Everything's all coming up the correct time here. We'll just get all of Borneo in one swoop. God, that makes nothing. Do we have a 200 tax that makes something better? No. We should be slightly making money. I wonder why they want to give us, some of us want to give military assistance. So +5 is not a lot. If we really increase our trade volume, that'd be good. I think now we could change our trade law. No, not yet. It hasn't been 5 years yet? Real? Or is that just bugged? I feel like it's been 5 years. Maybe it hasn't. What did people didn't like about 1.8? Oh, they just thought it was like a non-substantive patch. The racism patch. I think it laid the I think that political movements were an important, like, foundational framework change for, like, future things. It's kind of exploited. You make 5 treaties transferring tea, and each one gives you about 15k. You could do the same with grain. Or let's put a test to that, just because it's so cheap in our market, right? $19 a week. So 1k. So we're net 400-ish. I mean, I think we could really do this with grain. Sure. I think we gotta get bigger quantities, though, for that to really feel good. Also, I'm not sure we wanted to create more tea buy orders specifically. I think we like creating wood and grain buy orders. We do have an agrarian bonus here, so we really don't want tea to get produced here as much as we want grain. We could do this with sugar too, I guess. Sugar prices normally get uber collapsed, but they're uber collapsed like everywhere. Alright, so our lander gets in. Alright, they're going to the correct front. We will get one guy on each front. And then incidentally, this one stack, he needs a commander to do a landing? Alright, fine. Fine. Send there. Are your rail transportation production methods generally worth it, or only when lacking labor force? I think it's generally when lacking labor force. They're kind of a pain in the ass to micro. If the railroad is eating subsidy money, you generally want to turn on PMs there too. Working on a new deal because Trump withdrew in his first mandate, the deal from Obama. Yeah, I don't know the exact details on the deal with Obama, so like it's difficult for me to comment on it, but it seemed like ideally, oh, we get Gold Rush immediately, 6 gold fields, hell yeah. It seemed to me that like an agreement where we really get to investigate and then they get to do their thing, it seems like a good deal. I think the reason why groceries might be better is that you could raise the SOL higher. I think you actually don't want to go over 15 SOL for like population growth reasons, but... Am I being a conspiracy theorist, or is it very convenient for Israel to escalate the conflict at the exact time U.S.-Iran deal was progressing? I think that that's intentional. I think that it's not incoherent that the U.S. maybe wants to deal with Iran in a substantive way, but U.S. making a deal with Iran and cutting out Russia would have also been to like Russia's chagrin as well. I think Israel absolutely started bombing Iran to try and stymie the deal and get the U.S. to escalate with Iran. And in that way, I think Israel's being a bad actor. And it seemed to be the case that Trump told Bibi not to do that. I don't know if that was like a yellow flag, or a yellow light, or a red light. But if he told Bibi not to do it, and then he went ahead and did it, then you should cut funding to Israel. It'd be like, look, you're using our missiles for something other than what we want, and we told you. Yeah, I find but like, that's complicated. It's like, politically insane to like go against Israel, by my understanding, because like half the Democrats and then like all the Republicans, in terms of the politicians specifically, are like pro-Israel. Germany is extremely pro-Israel for obvious reasons, yep. End up with only US and them as their only supporters. I think it's already the US and them as the only supporters. I begrudge Germany a little bit less their support for Israel. I think that there's, yeah, that's a little bit more complicated. So we'll just get landings in on all these. Push the fronts. And annex most of Borneo here. Japan has a slower start. It feels painful to stay on 25 construction with 11 million GDP. Yeah, it's like, a big part of it's like technology. We maybe should push the universities harder. Like, because once you get companies and other people, you just pop off super hard. So, we are wanting to slot in this, like, Borneo gold company, but we need to get gold there first, I think. Or, what do we need? Yeah, we specifically need gold. Oh, the base acceptance of the Haka needs to be over a certain rate. I know we share... Yeah, so maybe we have to get on racial segregation or cultural exclusion. I think this is going to be our first company too, so... It's freaking perfect. It's like wood, rice, and gold or something like this. Or there's no wood on it. Wood's on a different one. Wood's on this one, which is interesting. That would also be a fine first company, but this is gold and the agriculture throughput is just insane because we get rice company and agriculture throughput. Agriculture applies to grains and subsistence farms. Hawk acceptance, East Asian heritage currently is plus 40. So we do have to move on to... We're not passing a law currently. Plus 40 from heritage trait, 50, 60 from heritage trait. So we have to get onto this. Intelligentsia need to be in gov. Alright. So let's try and get that in place. If not, we'll do the glass company. I think we have one of our places is... It's the 5% mappy is super nice on Japan. It's basically everywhere. We'll also start auto-expanding with Glassworks in case we want to go to the glass company instead. I think that that's a fine company actually to get in first as well because you start saturating the porcelain environment, which I think is good. Oh man, chat's blowing up. Not like this. Trump's willingness to support Israel compared to Ukraine is really frustrating. Yeah, I mean, he's, like, I think he's kind of, very sympathetic towards Putin, in the most, like, generous terms, so, yeah. That's the most generous way of putting it, I think. And, I am frustrated about it as well. Hi, I'm Capel, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. So... Yeah, we'll be satisfied with either of these companies. This one, these goldfields have to, like, what is it, fall out or stall out or collapse. Whatever it is. It has to be expensive in there, as UK starts with a grain deficit of, like, 2k and 500 T. Or the difference has to be big. What would you do as an opening for Greece playthrough? Generally in the Balkans region, getting Austria or Russia to beat up the Ottoman Empire is, like, pretty meta. Time to rice up. I wonder what dirt Israel has on Trump. I think Trump just likes the autocratic guys like BB. Doesn't necessarily have to be a dirt thing. Unfortunately. We got front spaghetti. Da, 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 da. My name is Jonas. Are monopoly rights any good? It's complicated. I think they're probably not worth the authority, but they're good for allowing you to really push an industry specifically. I think there's maybe scenarios where it's good. We could maybe get someone to help support us into transferring into interventionism, actually. What's our current UK deal? We just have them repeatedly take on our debt, from my understanding, but... Oh, you want to offer us an embassy? Hell yeah, brother. And then... wonder if we can we get cultural, no. Can we get cultural exclusion from you guys? Or we're better off just looking at what they have in Gov. We need someone with like Intelligentsia or PB or something like this in Gov, so. Whoa. That's the craziest deficit I've seen on this. What's this about? Disinterested. Fair. Fair enough. Oh yeah, we can't even interact. Alright. Who's in your gov? You maybe would be willing to give us... with your government, no. Okay. So we put in that, and then... that, and then... that? And they still don't accept it? What if we agree not to colonize North Africa, brother? What if we agree not to colonize... Senegal? Oh, we've already agreed not to colonize these two. Great Britain. 77. Another 25% on the cultural exclusion pass chance. Yeah, this patch is a little bit silly in some of those things. Transferring is probably the most underlooked mechanic. You can get rich fast. Something's cheap in your market and expensive in theirs. Yeah, we're gonna have to try and do that with... I wonder how much this negatively affects things, though. Why can't I make ports auto-expand? It's kind of a weird one. Is there just not a logic for it? Yeah, okay. I think we're just gonna subsidize all of them. That just seems like generally kind of smoother. All development buildings abroad. That's kind of cute. I think that's fine. Let's do some of that for a little bit of extra convoys. Because that cuts us off from the world market, and then I think we get bad prices on the world market, something like this. We gotta catch up. We always got mega puffed? Yeah, because they take only 1/5 the level of employment. So their margins are way better. Their margins were like itty bitty, and then wages just crushed what margin they had. And so, yeah. Him bringing up Putin as a negotiator between Iran and Israel is also hilarious. Yeah, that's insane to me. See, this we don't want to get involved in, because I think we'll get rolled up here now, so... I think we send these back to... yeah, they're headed back to their HQ. Once they get back there, I think we merge all these other ones. Hard to tell, because Israel had people, like, infiltrating for a year. Yeah, I mean... tough. I don't know. Like, the last US president to actually, like, want to put limitations on Israel was HW, and that's one of the reasons why he didn't get reelected. Let's do that. But, like, whatever Israel does with its weapons, since they're being supplied by the US is morally complicit. So, in my opinion. Put one at the beginning above the end. I think you could separate Israel from Bibi, but that requires some nuance. Yeah, that's probably a good point. I'm maybe not speaking as precisely as I can. I think in general I do go out of my way to not blame the Israeli people for what their government's doing, though. Does violent suppression help contain turmoil? It decreases the effects of turmoil. I don't know if it actually decreases the turmoil, though. I think it doesn't. The turmoil will just naturally go down in most situations. How do you think the current situation in the Middle East, how far do you think the current situation in the Middle East escalates? I don't know. I think if Iran shuts the Straits of Hormuz, that's going to create a very acute pain point for everyone. Because energy is going to get really expensive. I think that benefits Russia as well. And I'd rather see Ukraine be allowed to attack Russian oil refineries than see the Straits of Hormuz be closed in terms of highly disruptive things for the energy economy. What are we doing? I don't think we can add this much construction. Currently researching banking, then we're going to company charters. I think we could maybe add a little bit more. Let's complete that journal entry for that. Riss was critical of Israel recently, saying he doesn't understand what their goal in Gaza anymore. Removal. I don't know. It's, watching, I watch generally a lot of conservative news because I lean more liberal and I try and see the other side more than the side I think. And watching, like, all the Fox News pundits that I saw, like, argue that, like, precision is difficult, and, like, you know, you're gonna hit, there's gonna be collateral damage for, like, the past, like, 2 years, turn around and just, like, glaze Israel over only hitting military targets and then condemn Iran for hitting civilian targets is, like... been very interesting. I would prefer that civilian targets just categorically don't get hit, but you either think that Israel's really, really good at hitting what target they want, or you you think that it can't be helped and, you know, things happen. But there's a little bit of some gymnastics that's required to come up with certain outcomes in terms of rhetoric. I don't know. I don't know the best way to phrase that, but I think you get what I'm getting at. Trump has been hard on Iran for a long time, as I remember, so him supporting Israel. I'm not necessarily surprised, but, like, one, I think Congress should be the one responsible for declaring wars. And, I don't know what the intelligence is exactly, so, like... maybe it's such that it's, like, justified, but, I think the entire way that it's been gone about is, like, wrong. And also, like, if you are serious about not starting wars, like, dropping a bunch of bombs in Iran's not the way to do that. It looks like he was distancing himself from Israel until this happened. Yeah, I think, Bibi kind of forced his hand to some extent, maybe, and now he's kind of chuckling to himself. Press conference with other world leaders are insane. Imagine Xi inviting Trump to China, and then, for 80% he's ranting in Mandarin about some internal problem with the Communist Party, while Trump sits by silently. Yeah. The leaders just seem like primarily intent on avoiding as much blowback and or intention from Trump as possible. And, the strategy is probably to try and glaze them as hard as possible, too. one of these up? 26 months, 4 years. 3 years, alright. How much are we getting from these treaties? We're earning less than we're receiving. So we have to cut the price of wood. Because that's the thing we're transferring. Right? Let's put the wood on auto expand and then catch up with the chat. Chat is kind of popping a little bit. It's because we're talking about politics. People are leaving and getting offended and chatting. It would be that way. Biggest exploit with unrecognized powers right now is get embassy with someone and then renegotiate the treaty. Every single renegotiation counts as a new embassy. Yeah. I guess maybe we should get on that. We could get on that. I think we want to kind of catch up on chat though. Once we get cultural exclusion, we should be able to get this guy in. No, we can't get that company in yet. We're throttled by being able to build the mines. It specifically needs gold mines. I don't know why this says East Borneo. East Borneo doesn't have gold. I guess unless it's been changed since I last looked at it. So let's take a look at the Glassworks company. We might end up getting that one first. And I guess we kind of want it in... No, not that one. I was like, Brandenburg, Kansai. Really? We want it in Kansai? I think we want to push the wood first. Let's just build one and put it on auto expand. UA customers not wanted, not like this. Thank you for your attention to this matter. You're welcome. I'm a little bit delayed on this though. Ports and trade centers should have auto expand. Yeah. You can build port when it's not filled. I think all of them are subsidized though, so they should get filled up eventually. I think conflating Bibi and Israel is similar to conflating US and Trump. Iran funded proxies attacking Israel for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I have less a problem with Israel's intervention in Iran, I would say, than I do them indiscriminately attacking civilians in Gaza. I think them having beef with Iran makes a lot of sense. No, not my being negative balance. Any country would have acted like Israel did after October 7th. Maybe if you want to talk about right after. I do not think any country would just completely level the area. Like, whether or not you think that that's justified, I definitely don't think any country would do that. I think that that's just, like, not describing reality correctly. You usually play on 4-speed. I do when I'm trying to keep up with chat quite a bit. It's easier to play on 4-speed and, like, keep up with chat and keep something... it would be easiest to keep up on chat, like 5-speed and pausing and this type of thing, but the things actually moving forward in this type of thing, I think is better pacing for stream. To play on speed 4 and have less pausing than to play on speed 5 and have more pausing. But when I'm playing solo, it's always speed 5 and pause a lot. Could also fight Russia. I mean, we want to take some of this stuff anyways at some point. The thing is, we actually don't know how well Russia defends now. If they defend like shit, or if they defend well. I guess we can find that out. We have to force, like, 4 war goals on them? I wonder what happens if we transfer this. Do they keep the company? Or do we get the company? I assume they keep the company and we just transfer this as a subject. I don't really know how that works. That's kind of an interesting one. Who ended up buying the debt? The UK. I think a difficult question is how do you stop something like the 7th from happening? I think that you handle things differently like a while ago. Just like, I think that like some of the issue, Iran was, if I recall correctly, and my knowledge of this portion of history is not the best, but like in the 40s and 50s, before the Iranian democratic government was replaced by the UK and the US, I believe it was like relatively democratic and progressive. And so like when you destabilize the region to secure the access to oil, because what Iran wanted to do that provoked that from the UK was nationalize the oil industry that the UK owned there. When you like it has ripple and like long-term effects like down the road that you're like not going to get to escape. And like if you don't do that, you don't create multi-generations of like hate. So do you give away investment rights? No, we thought about it. I think giving away investment rights and then nationalizing everything later is maybe reasonable. AI is much better at industrializing. Yeah, I think a huge driver of this is the fact that the way less budget is in wages now because there's 1/5 the government employees, so they actually add more construction. And since they add more construction, they actually get to utilize their investment pool. So, we want investment rights in someone else. Like anyone else. Well, they want to give us an embassy. And they kind of want to give us investment rights. Holy shit. We owe them an obligation already. How much money would we have to transfer them to move the needle? I think it's gonna be too much. Is it 8% of their income that's driving this? Oh, Pog. So we can start buying up their industries in Prussia. We also get a little bit here. We can. Brother. We need to come up with heuristics for ourselves regarding how much we're going to abuse this type of stuff. You know what I mean? I don't think unfettered use of the Diplo treaties is like exactly what we're going for. I suppose maybe we play around with the treaties a little bit more to figure things out. So you're saying we could just renegotiate the same treaty over and over? And get embassy over and over and over again? Because it treats us as a different thing? Iran was invaded by the Ottomans and Russia in World War One. The British and Soviets in World War II, and had their democracy toppled by the US and UK. Yeah, so destabilizing regions is generally, like, bad. It seems like we can't colonize Sakhalin. A mistake I made in Japan game was getting an embassy while I still had -1 recognition bar progress. Oh, is it, like, weird overflow? Did we brick ourselves? That's no good if we did. It's not really known for sure how popular the theocracy is even today. Generally, with autocratic regimes, it's difficult to find out how popular they are because people will not report honestly when questioned on this subject. I love how we're talking about nationalizing in-game and out-of-game, so you're in favor of countries not respecting the property of rights of other countries to be able to nationalize things. Regarding Iran, I think that whatever happens to Iran over that, so if Iran nationalizes the British industry, I don't think the intervention is the topple of their government. I think economic sanctions or WTO, getting upset with them or this type of thing, are appropriate responses. I think that clandestinely overthrowing their government's not an appropriate response, would be kind of my, how I feel about it. The response is, like, disproportionate and, not appropriate. And not progressive. Yeah, I mean, I preface that with saying I don't have as good an understanding, but the fact that they're democratic makes them more progressive than they are right now. So, yeah, also as Monkey is putting it, standards a little bit different. So are we just supposed to renegotiate over and over with this? I understand now what you mean. Paris. So one more. Oh, they don't say yes here. What changed here, my guy? We can take less money from them. Interesting. Did it change tax laws? Yeah, you don't get quite as much money. But government wages are significantly less because there's only 1/5 the employment. Gijo, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. So, we can't do it again. Remember that Iran didn't want to nationalize at first, they wanted to deal with 50-50 profit sharing, the same deal US gave Saudi Arabia. Nationalization only came up because the UK wouldn't budge, yeah. I mean, I don't remember because I'm not as knowledgeable about that, sort of thing, but, a big reason why, the region is, unstable has to do with, Western intervention. And so, like, now, like, it's not necessarily the case you can put the cat back in the bag. Like, you might just say, like, regions tend to stabilize after 300 years, so you could try and massage it, like, in a good way, but the intervention doesn't seem often in good faith and, like, useful. I feel like Putin is still quite popular. Yeah, he's popular in Russia. A lot of them do support him, I agree. So what would your opinion be on the nationalization of agriculture in Zimbabwe? I don't have an opinion on that because I don't know any of the details. Why did Japan just do this back in the day? Your tea export is minus 50. No, it's plus 2. Oh, now they accept. Well, the offer embassy is giving us quite a bit. Maybe we want to actually bound this for like an extended period of time here. That way we lock in this 2,500 a week. And we can renegotiate if we want. But we could also just get recognized. Cool. Deficit spending unlocked. This is a little bit absurd. Okay. Shogunate needs to be marginalized. Legitimacy needs to be high. Is this a little bit better? No. Would we start it ticking if we did this? We're over 50 legitimacy and they're out of gov. We didn't, like, fully read the JE. Okay. So that'll start it. And we just have to maintain this for an extended period of time. Alright, alright, alright. We do have foreign investment. So I wonder how much... Currently don't own much overseas. Islam is also an issue. Some people might not want to hear it, but it is. I mean, you could say that about every religion if you want. I think the notion that there's like a substantive like difference between the problem is like intolerance and tribalism, which is an issue with every religion and or like race relative to how they view other races, and so or religions, and this is like acting like it's something that's unique to Islam or something is. Catholics did plenty of crusades in their days, you know what I mean? So... I mean, I don't like theocracies, but I think that, like, Catholic theocracy also has problems. Saw a video earlier where they split the British and Iran oil for 82 British and 18 Iran, which I was wildly unfair. I would agree, colonialism is generally extractive in nature. But like the idea is you don't have anything going on and then you sign a contract that gives you... So there's like a margin of value that is created with like this new enterprise. The British are drilling for oil. You weren't able to do it earlier as Iran. They come and they say, we'll drill for oil and we'll give you some money. And then, okay, the status quo is you're slightly better off. Relative to status quo, but the relative value of all that oil, like 2% goes to Iran and 98%, let's say, goes to Great Britain, or to use your example, 82, 18 or whatever. And so that's not, in some sense, a fair agreement, even though it helps both parties, because relative to the status quo is better. And it reminds me of Crassus, who was the richest man in Rome. And he was like the first like OG super hyper rich man. And what Crassus did is he founded the first fire brigade. And what they would do is they would come to your house as it was burning down. And you would have the choice for them to put it out. But if they put it out, they would buy your house from you for like pennies on the dollar. And if you said no, they would just let it burn down, and then you would have no house and you would have nothing. So it was better for you to sell your house for pennies on the dollar to Crassus. And it was way better for Crassus, because Crassus, if you sold it for like 10 cents on the dollar, Crassus would get 90 cents on the dollar. And then what he would do is he would rent your house back to you. And so, yeah, both parties consented to it, but there's an obvious exploitation that's occurring because one person is benefiting way more from the agreement than the other person. And so you have like a very similar thing with like when nations extract from nations that are basically being colonized, when they extract just raw resources from them, generally the raw resource nation gets a poor shake of things. And if there was a better like international marketplace where people would bid for ability to extract the oil, then this would be better. But often there wasn't international marketplace, and it was instead just like Great Britain hegemony that was a driver of this. So like if Great Britain bid 82% or 80% or whatever, and then the US bid 70%, and then France bid 60% or something like this, and there's like a marketplace for this type of thing where people could offer competing offers to Iran, and then they could just take the best one. Then like you get like more fair outcomes. But like when someone is just leaning on the rest of the world, like Great Britain did, like some time ago, then yeah, it's a lot faster recognition than I did. But I also had Americans paying off your debt every year. Yeah, we can get that with we could renegotiate this bad boy. Oh, can we get investment rights here too? Let's go, baby. What can we do here? Not a lot, okay. I think this is probably just not worth including in the article. But, oh, we don't even have, like, any debt to take on, really. Let's get some debt, baby. Let's go, let's pop off. I think us being recognized now kind of helps us to get more. Yeah, the degree to which you can like really cheese this is actually just like kind of an absurdity. We have to think of a heuristic for like just how absurd we're gonna get with these. I don't really know. I don't have a good idea. Maybe this is a discussion for a YouTube post. What do you usually play as Japan, and what do you intend to do? And what you intend to do is get a lot of African colonies. Often, we don't have the right colonization law, though. And so we can agree to not to colonize for an extended period of time until we get the right colonization law. Do you make a spreadsheet for the new car building? It feels great. I have not, but I'm assuming that it is going to be great. I got restoration super late, which was lame because I needed the companies. Yeah. I think we're going to get restoration. No, where's our check mark? Did we drop under? We must have dropped under on the legitimacy. Yeah, we dropped to 49. Oh, but we can make something like this, which is more legitimate. Cool. And cultural exclusion's a little bit worse, but that's fine. I think we still pass it through. And we'll continue the restoration the old-fashioned way. So I guess we're not cheesing the restoration, but we are just cheesing the agreements. Which also give us, like, positive ticking relations. How's our overseas ownership? Our overseas ownership, I think, isn't going to get too crazy until we get our first company. Which is what we're working on now. What's the spread look like here? Where are we spreading and how much? Romanticism? Oh. I also, I don't think I have to be tolerant towards any religion, to be honest. What's the difference to an ideology? Well, the difference is a lot of people deviate from their religions when they, on the basis of ideology, like, pretty strongly. The Bible, rather plainly, in some areas allows for slavery, but people on the basis of ideology have deviated from that type of thing. Are we just stronger than the Netherlands? Can we just, like, go after Sintang here? Why can't we subjugate this guy? I don't understand. What the hell? Wait, why can't we target Selangor? Do we have a truce? We're not involved in this at all. The way there's just a bug in terms of what plays things think they are involved in. We just actually want an interest here. We don't actually want Selangor. And we like it when they back down, so. American evangelicals support Israel's aggression because they think it'll trigger the biblical apocalypse. Yeah. Like, so for example, I would not want them to control the country. Crusades were a reaction to Islamic expansion, though. I admit I'm not that well versed in, like, the history of that period, but I think that that's a bit of an oversimplification and also a very generous description of the Crusades, because in terms of what the Crusades ended up doing in a lot of cases was just causing, like, a bunch of chaos and disorder, and it was, like, looting, and it was, religious sanctioned pillaging, because on the way to one of the Crusades, they sacked Constantinople. And what was that about? That had nothing to do with the Muslims in the Middle East. And it was because that they were somehow worthy of sacking. The issue is that most religions were adapted to what while Islam refuses to. But So you guys are talking about, like, countries in the Middle East and not getting along? What about all the Islamic countries in Indonesia? Like, the causal relationship, you guys are thinking, I think, the ones who are arguing this, has more to do with the religion and less to do with the instability. And also, whether or not they adapt is different than a function of whether or not it's possible or whether or not it's, like, intrinsic to the religion, right? So even let's say they just, like, don't adapt to, like, modern times, that's not a religion versus non-religion thing. That's, like, people in terms of how they've actually, like, implemented things versus not. Third of Germany's population died in the 30 Years' War. There we go. Crassus, the first landlord, basically. I have a strong bias against Islam since I had some bad experiences, but I see only one that's very clear pattern. Yeah, I mean, there's, like, confirmation bias in there, too. Freedom of religion is guaranteed in the Western nation of Hans. Muslims don't need to submit to your worldview. Yeah, I think that the thing that is good in general, as a general heuristic, is tolerance. Saying this one religion can't be present, it just creates a different sort of parallel of intolerance of, like, that is similar to the philosophy that pins what a lot of people object to, which is, like, jihad or crusade. right? Which is that we only tolerate our religion. I love non-colonization agreement. Yeah, they're obscene. They're like, also if they were really cheap, they would also be like, to get on the AI, you would also just like Peel, you can't take Kenya off of Great Britain constantly and just like actually be able to dominate in that region. So like the AI like needs they opened up a can of worms with this in terms of like exploitability, but like I think that they're okay with it. I think most of the players are okay with it too, but I don't know, I think it's like important to recognize kind of like what's going on. Having a cooldown and negotiate would be optimal. Yeah. That's not what I'm saying. Alright, that might be a misunderstanding, yeah. I know plenty of moderate Muslims who are genuinely worried about the Islamic fundamentalists popping up in the West. Yeah. How much is expansion versus in the expansion versus update? I don't have a good answer for this because I've only played on the DLC. Sam is likely to join in. See, the thing is, we don't like that plus 15 on the Netherlands. I think we could actually just handle the Netherlands, though. I'm not 100% sure. I think we can, though. I guess we will add a little bit of our first cannons or something like this. Oh, we are on peasant levies still, yikes. Have you gotten European help to pass laws? Yeah, that also seems like kind of an obscene thing. We might... I'm not sure what limitations we're going to put on ourselves for these types of things, but we're not just going to do unfettered every treaty. It kind of trivializes a lot of the other systems here. So it looks like no one's joining here, which is good for us. Bad for them, obviously. I do think we want a level 5 glassworks here, so that we can do the company at some point. Not necessarily immediately, but we have a pretty fat queue that we're building up. How much debt do we have? 2 milli? They don't want to take on our debt now, eh? Because they don't value these wood treaties. That's fair. I think also we are getting investment rights in them. We have bought one building in the tiny little Hohozarin or whatever. But the point of going after Selangor is because we want an interest there. I don't have a problem with people practicing Islam if it were like modern Christianity. I could speak to the issues. That's not how it is. Yeah, but then you should complain about how it is, like, rather than the religion. Unless you think religions are, like, deterministic, but, like, I don't think they are. I think you should go after the ideology that underpins the thing rather than the religion, because generally speaking, people will find a convenient way to kind of do what they want, like in terms of culture, like past what their religion actually says, and it's not actually like the religion that's important, right? So who is giving us the law pass on that? We do want to get on to interventionism here. I think we want actually interventionism too. So renegotiate with France here. And then our goods transfer is not very valuable anymore for them. Wow, they want to guarantee our independence. Tremendous. 90% chance? Alright, let's go, baby. But, like, also this actually, like, invalidates, like, so much, because otherwise we would have to get the Industrialists strong. To be fair, our Industrialists can't get strong because of the bug, and so we're just going to be stuck with the rural folks, so I'm super okay with doing that while this bug is in place, but, like... Bruh. Wow, they actually have a decent-sized military, what the hell? Let's do something like that so we can land with the 10 stack. Catholics literally do the Crusades in the Baltics to convert them from paganism. There we go. I'm much less knowledgeable about like that period of time, so it's hard for me to comment on it. Venetians were upset, Fourth Crusade. Mostly speaking about Muslim immigrants in the West, says Hans. It really feels like that's not what you were talking about earlier. Because I think you were talking about nations misbehaving. And that's, like, not an immigrants thing. I don't know, I'm pro-freedom of movement, so... I think you have to really justify not letting people move around, although there are justifications that exist. It's on the state to determine that, but... If they want to integrate and subscribe to the values of the country they're in, if not, or... otherwise not welcome, yeah. Who else is in this? Why does it say 29? Oh. Religious tribalism caused more violence and death than any religious teachings. Yeah, I think the tribalism is the issue. I think also like if people are violent, it's the issue. Like if someone's violent, then not letting them into the country is just fine. And if one group categorically is extremely violent, I'm actually like, okay, not letting that group into the country. But like, that isn't a function of like not letting a religion into the country, right? That is not letting a particular group into the country. That's a completely different thing. And not letting violent people into the country. The criticism's like, here's the thing, is the criticism's never like, we shouldn't let violent people into the country. The criticism's always like, we shouldn't let this ethnic group into the country or this religion into the country. And so like, the fact that it's like parsed as like, it being like either the religion or the like ethnicity, to me, makes it seem like that's the issue isn't really the violence or the law breaking or anything like this. That's just the justification. Like, that the fundamental underlying issue is not really what people kind of say that it is, and that's, like, what kind of annoys me. And also, if you want to say that a particular group is, like, more aggressive and, like, this type of stuff, like, just generally speaking, as a heuristic, you should be super okay with, like, female immigrants, like, categorically, because, as a population, like, bias, almost all violent crime is committed by men. It's, like, 95% or something like this. So, I think for any, like, immigrant population, the women are going to be, less violent than the native population. So, but, like... I think people aren't okay with that, in general. Still going, for now. Are we pauper posting? I don't know what that means. Islam is supremacist, even in ramification. Almost all religions are, like, if you're not Jainism, you're like a supremacist religion, basically. You could ask China to change trade law to open their market. They will do it almost immediately. Oh, that's right. You could also make them pass, like, open borders and stuff, right? I don't think we need to do that yet. It also might be better to have a treaty port on them than to open them up. I just got Japan to go LF in your USA game last night so I could buy their building. Nice. I know everyone's excited about 1.9, but until they fix the exploits, I don't really think I'll play that much. Just don't use the exploits. But until they fix the bugs, it's like a different thing, right? It trivializes the other systems. Yeah, you just find a heuristic that you won't violate and then just don't violate it. I don't know. I can't stop myself from optimizing the fun out of it? Yeah, well... The I can't stop myself is a different issue, kinda. You're great, General Scrambling. Always fun to hear you, even though I don't agree. You seem coherent. I try and be. Sometimes I'm just deeply confused. I try and qualify when I feel like I don't know what I'm talking about. What we do here to automatically complete that is we just turn off the demand for paper. Had to babysit them through revs. No, but I expect them to tolerate that being gay is legal, for example. Yeah. I would see the difference to an ideology. That's like saying nationalism, socialism isn't the issue, is the way it's practiced. No, National Socialism is like a set of positions. Like, religions are like... It's different because people often interpret religions in different ways, and there are places in the world where, like, Muslims are completely fine with, people being homosexuals, right? Whereas, like, the intolerance from homosexuality itself is the root of the thing. You're talking about complaining about the thing that is, like, on top of it, rather than the, like, root, like, issue. And also, like, if someone has we live in a society, or, in my opinion, I think that someone disliking another group is not something that should be, like, criminalized, and is not the problem. The problem is when it turns into violence. And so for me, like, even if they don't like the other people when they come here, like, as long as they're not violent, it's not an issue. Well, it's like kind of an issue, but like it's not an issue that to me justifies the removal of like freedom of movement as like I think in general people should be free to do stuff, and I think the state the onus is on them to deny freedom of movement. You should see the crime statistics for Germany. There's a very specific religious group that's extremely overrepresented. Yeah, so when but you weren't talking about like people who engage in violence, right? The complaint was about the religious groups to start with, and the discussion wasn't about Germany in particular, right? It was about the religious group, and now Germany's just brought up as evidence. My point is like that the thing that like what seems to be the motivation behind these discussions seems to be like motivated by not by like statistics, but by I don't like this group and then I'm looking for reasons, and then like it's a confirmation bias thing where you'll be going to be able to find reasons for your position. But like if you want to talk about like violence statistics and like saying we should ban this group or whatever, men categorically commit like 20 times the violent crimes as women. Should we just dismiss men entirely from like certain types of rights because they're completely violent? And like no one ever thinks that, and no one ever talks like or some people talk like that, but it's kind of infrequent. We will remember to put a port down here because we always forget. I think we are fine fighting Portugal here. Check our glassworks. We're at 5K. Research. Oh, and we have all the prerequisites. Fantastic. We're gonna get a company soon. Statistically, young men are the most violent, so if there's a specific people to take a look at in regards to immigration, that's it. Yep. If you wanted to say that we don't take immigrants, like, from that demographic, because that's the violent demographic, I'd be kind of okay with that. Like, if you can find a significant population bias, refusing that population very specifically, I think is fine. But like refusing the other ones when they are less violent than the population that they are like trying to immigrate to, I don't think is necessarily appropriate. Hey, Telio, thank you for becoming a member. Big nice. Welcome aboard. What if, Trip says, what if they're disproportionately violent? But it's like, the problem isn't the religion, the problem's the violence, yes? So you should say we shouldn't allow violent people into the country. It's like more nuanced, and also it allows you to conceptually like parse like what the statistics the other person was saying was that young men are generally speaking the ones that are violent, and so if you're focused on the violence rather than the religion, you come up with better solutions as well in terms of like where you're looking at things. Also, no children do crime. I mean, some do, but generally like less. I feel like a lot of alt-right guys would be perfectly okay with women being able to immigrate, especially from Asia. Well, I mean, like... I see your point, but also just, like, in terms of, like, if there's a population that is just super overrepresented in terms of violence, a very easy solution to allow as much migration as possible while still not increasing proportionally like the baseline level of violence is to say no to certain demographics. Syrian citizens are about 4.5 times more likely to be registered as crime suspects compared to the average German citizen. Yeah, okay, men in Germany are 20 times more likely to commit a crime than a woman, like, as the base population bias. So, having conversations about things is not having conversations about them. Wait, what? Is greater than not having conversations about them. Okay. Did the convoy deficit hurt? Not really. I don't think. Joe Pro, thank you for the resub 13 minutes ago. Big nice. Leviathan, thank you for the follow. Man, I fixed it and now it's been unfixed. I don't know what I changed in the settings. I'm so frustrated. We live in a society. Yeah. Most people use the West as just synonymous with what was once Christendom. Yeah, but they include Japan and Australia. Society can't function without men. I mean, there's still men in the country. It's like, if there are, like, refugees, like, seeking asylum, like, especially, like, I really don't have a problem with letting in the people who aren't violent. Like, your counter-argument is silly because there are still men in the country, even with, like, the immigrants coming in. So, like... and it also makes it clear that like the issue is not for you the violence, it's the religion, which I think is intolerant. Like, as an atheist, it's not like I'm like a Muslim arguing on behalf of Muslims. I'm like I don't believe in like any of that stuff. The issue is that our society expects young men to take the risks of immigration. People who are established don't have the impetus for immigration, while young men do. That's fair enough, but one thing that you can, I think, justify turning people away for is higher demographics that have higher propensity to violence than like baseline violence in the nation, or some other type of crime. And like if you exclude men, like ages like 16 to 25, you actually just like make the entire population just like way less violent. That's also the case like baseline in countries. So like if you want to make some argument for like decreasing violence that involves infringing on people's liberties, like the people to infringe on are younger men. I don't think people's liberties should be infringed on, generally speaking, in regards to like the young men like being put in like a timeout between the ages of 16 and 25, like or just like mandatory incarceration or whatever. But that would decrease violence if you just incarcerated everyone from 16 to 25 in some type of like system where they have basically no freedoms, but it'd be a huge impingement on freedom. I don't think people want that. I think not letting people travel from country to country when they haven't committed a crime is an impingement of freedom as well. So like you're like generally speaking, everything that's proposed to limit like immigrant violence, like the logic also applies to young men within the nation, but no one ever wants to impinge on the freedoms of young men within the nation, and myself included. And my point is that the logic is never really about the violence; it's about the exclusion of like these other people. You're very brave for waiting in the butt on this issue on live stream. Yeah, trying to play the game correctly and try and talk about something is actually like spooky, because I'm probably going to do both poorly. We were trying to get interventionism right here. We also have a company coming up. 16 months. That's going to be a nice one for us. And we kind of are mainly coasting after that, I think. We maybe want to add construction. We maybe want to get UK to try and take on our debt. They won't agree to this agreement, though, again. What if we do no money transfer? Will you take on our debt here? That's probably worth more than... The 3 billion is worth more than the money transfer, and we could get this in right now. Is there a good transfer you particularly like? Not really. Can we do more than this? No, not really. Yeah, let's do this. Get the debt taken on. I said get the debt taken on? There's a choice how you group people, gender, race, religion, etc. If your goal is to target violent people, you must make some demographic choice. Yes. Unclear if there's a principled way to do it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people really don't like the idea of letting only immigrants of a certain gender or age in, but like, those people aren't trying to maximize the number of immigrants coming in. They're trying to dismiss the notion of allowing immigrants in. That's the goal. If they were actually just trying to allow in the most amount of immigrants that weren't violent as possible, that's just like the concession you would make. But nobody's like actually interested in that. Our treaty didn't go through. Why? They're already considering it? Oh, it's just taking a while? Fair. These aren't in the right area, but we can get started on them, I guess. So that we can put the ammo engine in. As a PM. These still haven't collapsed yet. So our first company is probably going to be the glass then. The religion violence debate is similar to quotas for minorities in universities. Maybe don't help black people, help poor people, remove race from the equation, take away alt-right talking point. I'm kind of, to some extent, in agreement, but I think that the point at which you like help poor people in regards to education is before they turn 18. And then post 18, like, so before you're 18, you're not really responsible for your actions and who you are, and then after 18 you are, in terms of like how our society looks at it. So generally, I think that making education way better for the poor and just everyone in general before 18, I think is more important, and after that I'm kind of more okay with just it being pure merit-based, rather than trying to help specific economic strata. Although I guess I'd maybe not hate people who have like come from poor backgrounds getting like some amount of like extra consideration, but I'd really just rather it be merit-based. I think there's maybe a way of formulating it that I wouldn't have a problem with it, but merit is probably where we kind of... National Socialism had a social aspect. I don't think it should be tolerated. I don't particularly care for... Yeah, but it shouldn't be tolerated because it's, like, National Socialism, like, the reason you don't like it is because it's bigoted against a particular group. right? Or like, what's your problem with National Socialism? What's your problem with like Nazis specifically? If it's the intolerance, then it doesn't really make so much sense that you want to be or like it's just intolerance against a group you like versus a group you don't like, because like what you've been suggesting this entire time is that intolerance versus the particular group, in this case Muslims, is appropriate and fine and good. And like the National Socialists and like the Nazis determined that the Jews were bad in the same way that you're determining like that the Muslims are bad, rather than talking about specific behavior. I was talking about you saying men are more criminal. Young men do commit more crimes. Yeah. Eastern religion has been an impetus for a lot of violence. The Rohingya genocide has been explicitly led by Buddhist supremacism. Yeah, so it's the supremacism and like... I don't think it's the religious teachings that's the problem, it's the tribalism and the intolerance. How to manage infamy? Standard 25. Technically, if you float a lot of influence, it gets a little bit better, so, you're better off declaring a bunch of rivals. And if you have a bunch of rivalries, like, we could do this. Then you could go, ha 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 ha. That's why we have an interest here, anyways. So we could do this and just float a whole bunch and get a little bit more infamy decay. Although we will just try and improve relations with a few people. When should I conquer? You kind of... Infamy decay is kind of a resource, so if you're not using it, you're losing it. You just want to go after soft spots when you're weak. Generally speaking, South Africa is like kind of one of the softer spots. Islam has a lot of intolerant aspects that encourage violence. Yeah, but it's the intolerance that's the problem, right? And it's the violence that's the problem. Like, there are things in the Bible that you can interpret to make you very intolerant and violent, right? The problem is, like, when the people are intolerant and violent. Not what the book says, because the book says enough stuff that you can cherry pick and construct certain narratives that it says a certain thing, no matter what you want to do. I mean, I'm not an expert on the Quran. If it's just, like, kill everybody, like, for 5,000 pages, then I guess you're right, but, like, if you want to pick and choose, making Christianity sound like a religion of peace, you can. And if you want to make it sound like a religion of supremacy, you can, based on, like, readings. And that I know a little bit more about than the Quran. But, like, the problem, you're still, like, you're directing it back to the religion, and you're, like, you're disinterested in my proposal of just, like, not letting the people that are actually violent into the nation, right? So, like, it's a little bit hard to, like, take the objection serious, because you're turning it back to the Quran specifically, rather than, like, responding as much to the, why don't we just not let young men into the nation in terms of immigrants, because those are the ones that actually commit the disproportionate crimes. And if you have a population that commits 5%, if 5% of the population commits violent crimes, and you have an immigrant population that 4% commit violent crimes, by letting them in the country, you actually become less likely to become the victim of a violent crime, because you're lowering the rates. So it's not about removing all levels of violence. It's about, like, whatever the base rate is, reducing the base rate. And if you exclude specifically young men, the base rate of almost every immigrant population is, like, lower degree of, like, a violent crime than the population that's there, like, already, like, independent of religion. How do you balance money transfer in the new infamy system? I think peeling money. I think it's really easy to get free money just by having people peel off your debt, and you don't want to take infamy in exchange for it. We've had people take on our debt repeatedly so far, so, like, we're not that far off of a transfer. We're not, so, like, here, take a look. We have 6.7 million in debt. We can agree not to colonize a bunch of places we can't colonize anyways. And then give a power block embassy, and then ask for a little bit of military assistance, and then Great Britain is willing to take on our debt here. So, as a source of money, it's one of the less efficient ones. relative to abusing the treaty system. So I would just like never acquire infamy that way. So treaties with debt forgiveness seem bugged. Sometimes they don't accept even though it's guaranteed. Treaties in general like have some buggy issues. Yeah. I don't think we want an alliance with Siak. There's a bug in the treaty that prevents cities from being renewed if they have subventions in them. Oh, interesting. Is there a maximum level of immigrants you would allow? Is there a number that begins to negatively affect the nation, allowing them as a guest? Well, so I think that immigration and, like, citizenship are two different things. I don't believe in, like, everyone should get citizenship types of things. But I think that, for the most part, if you can find a job, and so I guess finding a job would be the limiter, within the nation, then I think it should be generally pro you getting, like, a work visa. But maybe there is a theoretical, like, limit, but it would be much higher than, like, what current quotas are. I don't know. Like, it would depend on, like, what the, like, overall effects that you're observing are and this type of thing. But I think I would be much more lenient than most who talk about limits. I'm open to the practical reality that might be necessary, even though I don't ideologically like it. Whatever happened to you before 18 already determines most of your actions after 18. Yeah. I think that's part of the issue, that people use rhetoric that isn't in good faith to hate on minorities, and religion is often a proxy for race. Yes, this too. And, like, they aren't phrasing it in a way that, like, actually pushes the discussion towards what they're claiming it's about, which, like, in this case, we're talking about claiming it's about the violence. Having such a massive private education system in general keeps the poor from improving their status. Yeah, I think that it's possible that, even though I'm a libertarian, with education specifically, since you actually have way better outcomes if you don't have private education. And I think that, in particular, like, to the extent that I'm libertarian, it, like, applies to adults. Children aren't responsible for themselves, and they should all get, like, an even shake. That should be fair. And so I think that that is one of the things in which I think state having a monopoly on education is something that I would be fine with, because it leads to much better outcomes and overall quality of education, especially because it makes the rich have to care about the quality of education, which they generally don't otherwise if they're sending their kid to private school. Oh, we'll wait until we're not going to go above 25 infamy there. Yes, and Islam is also bigoted against many groups. There are people who are Muslims that are bigoted against other people. Yes. All religions in general, by virtue of being, like, exclusive, I think, to some degree, tend to have some sort of foundation for, like, bigotry. But you're talking about excluding people who are Muslim specifically, not excluding all religions on the basis of them being bigoted. But the exclusion in itself is, like, a form of discrimination and intolerance. So, like, I don't, I would not want to live in a theocracy, but I wouldn't want to live in, like, to put it in Vic 3 terms, I want to live in a total separation, not a state atheism, because this is intolerant as well. So bigotry is bad, generally. We don't like that. This is false, it's not the same. Nazis view Jews as a race. I do not think Islam has anything to do with blood or genetics, different things. The Nazis killed people who were Jewish that were ethnically, like, not Jews all the same. Like, I don't think that this is correct. GG, they found you, the police siren, basically. I also think it's possible that Hans Oloso is, like, we haven't checked his profile to see if he's chatted before. He could just be the person coming back. In which case, maybe I should just stop engaging with him. I think I've kind of already said my bit on this. Okay, he's been active in chat before. Fair enough. So we should only allow people in who say they've deconverted? Yeah, I mean, this is, like, a different form of, like, intolerance. Also, you're like, you're not talking about excluding, like, the Christians or, like, anyone who's, like, fundamentalist of any type of religion. You're talking specifically about the Muslims, and you're, like, what you've been saying has been specifically Muslims, so... I'm surprised that what you're saying is so hard for some to understand. I think some people don't want to understand it. It's, like, not necessarily that it's difficult. They want to have, like, their perspective that, like, the exclusion of a, like, being excluding another group is not, somehow, excluding the other group is not somehow bigoted, but is informed by, like, principles relating to, like, violence and, like, or, like, the well-being of the nation, and when presented with, like, an alternative, like, they don't want to address that alternative. Also, like, if you excluded young men, and you allowed in immigrants, you would really make people less likely to become victims of crimes, just in general. Except for the people you're letting in, maybe, I don't know. I don't really care what's in the book, it's what the followers do. Right, so, generally speaking, the followers of any religion, if you exclude the young men, are going to be less violent than the populations of most nations. Also, I'm not opposed to the idea of letting in women and kids in. However, children of immigrants are statistically the more likely to become criminal. I do not think that this is connected to Islam. I would be interested in controlling for variables there, because people who are poor tend to become criminals more. So almost certainly, I think immigrants tend to be lower status socioeconomically. So, like, even if there was no correlation between being child of an immigrant, I would expect to see them become criminals more often. It very much encourages staying in your local communities of migrants and not assimilating. I am not necessarily pro-forced assimilation. I am pro, like, freedom, and forcing people to assimilate is, like, if people aren't bothering other people, that's, like, the extent of the assimilation I care about. Like, if what you're doing is not affecting other people in a negative way, I don't care if you keep your traditions. That's not... I don't care if everyone speaks English. There's no official language in the United States. Like, if people want to form cultural communities that are, like, similar to what they've had before, if they're not bothering other people, I don't care. It's hard to make Islam seem like the religion of violence, when nations like Spain and Portugal use Christianity to justify jump-starting colonization. Yes. Like, if you look at the entire historical narrative, it's not just one religion that's engaging in the violence. Is there a way to get an obligation this patch? I'm not sure if you can do it through treaty. I think you can do it through swaying, though. Yeah, I don't know if you can do it through a treaty. I think you can't do it through a treaty. You can just owe an obligation. You can't request it. Yeah, I think you can only do it through a sway. Now. 20% on our restoration. Also, if you want to look at Islam outside the West, Muslim countries tend to be a lot more unstable. Yeah, but there's reasons that they're unstable that have to do with nothing to do with the religion. Like, them being destabilized by, like, powers. Like, if you look at Islam throughout history, they were not substantially more unstable, I don't think. I suppose that would require a detailed analysis, but, like, if you, like, look through since the founding of Islam to, like, now, relative to the founding of Christianity towards now, I would not be... and you look at the regime changes per government or something like this per year, I don't think that Muslims or Islams would score significantly lower. And you seem to have zero problem with, like, Christians and Catholics and this type of thing, so... But... If you don't know what the book says and you don't care, how can you say Islam is the problem? Yeah... This is another thing. Well, because he's projecting onto a demographic. But, like, there's other variables that inform a demographic's outcomes other than their religion. Like, saying that everything that happens in the Middle East is a result of, like, Islam is, like, silliness. The research on private schools having worse education are quite bad. No, not private schools themselves having worse education. When you have private schools, public schools are worse. Is the argument. Probably supposed to acquire some of these. I don't need the Quran to understand modern Islam. The content of the book is irrelevant. What's relevant is how it's practiced. Yeah, but like you're saying a particular group is the problem, and then you're like unwilling to believe that it's anything that other than Islam that's informing why the group's the problem, and has like nothing to do with like the geopolitical history of the Middle East in the last 100 years. How do invasions work? Do they use convoys? If your troops are overseas, they use convoys. Yeah. Are you trying to say that Islam is not bigoted against homosexuals? The Bible is bigoted against homosexuals too. I'm saying I don't care what the book says of your religion if you don't exercise. Actually, I'm also okay with people not being okay with other people. But as long as that doesn't result in a violation of other people's rights or behavior, like that is illegal or this type of thing, I don't care. Like if someone wants to not like another group, it's like I'm not gonna police people's thoughts. I'm categorically disinterested in that. And so what I care is if they're going to be violent towards homosexuals or something like this. And again, this is coming back to like you're not going to decrease violence on that axis if you are particular about the group you're letting in. And you want to just have this entire conversation and redirect it towards the not really problematic behavior itself, but towards Islam. So, I know because a lot of meta and just mechanics just changed. Yeah, it's all to follow those damn Canadians. I love complaining about Canadians. Not because I actually believe it, but like there's like I live in a really conservative area, and like there's a lot of old dudes in the sauna that will like bitch about Mexicans or whatever, like old white dudes, and I love to join in because they always complain about immigrants, not Mexicans specifically. I always like to join in complaining about immigrants, and then like go back and forth like this type of thing. They feel like they gotta like buddy, and then I'm like, yeah, man, those fucking Canadians, and then they realize I'm making fun of them. And then they stop talking to me, and then it's really awkward in the sauna, but, I think it's hilarious. Because nobody cares about the Canadians. Or that's been my experience. The few times that I've done that, nobody's cared, like, or nobody's been like, yeah, I hate those Canadians. They've been like, they realize that I'm satirizing their dislike of Mexicans. You're generalizing that violent men happen to have Muslim roots and saying it's Islam. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. We're gonna kind of try and catch up a little bit because we're a little bit behind. Hey, sorry to make the stream go way off topic about talking something unrelated, but when playing as Japan, you feel free to talk about the game over talking about this. That is super okay. The talking about the game is never derailing. This secondary conversation is derailing. You have any tips to make on how to make sure the Taiping Rebellion happens? I don't really know. I'd have to take a look at the Taiping Rebellion closer. I don't have any good tips on this specifically. I'm sure there's some ways you could massage it, and it does make a kind of big difference, but I would say that the reason that you like the Taiping Rebellion, generally speaking, is like the open borders and stuff like this, and if you give them law commitment things for opening borders and this type of stuff, they'll actually pass them sometimes. So I would say you go about, maybe that's an easier way than trying to like massage the Taiping Rebellion into happening or something like this. Maybe that's an easier way to approach it. We wanted to get our glassworks in. Do we not have? Yeah, okay, so we'll kick that to the top of the queue. We'll throw that to the bottom of the queue. That should have just not been in there, right there. But it's almost done, so we're not going to not complete it. We shouldn't have been working on that, though. I should have noticed that earlier. I was too engaged in conversation. That's my bad. Oh, I think that the going for this is going to be, like, super, like, what you're oriented towards in a lot of situations. We can get infrastructure through ports, so I think this is the way we play this. Because, at least here in Germany, Christianity is entirely irrelevant at this point. Muslims make up a minority. But so it's by virtue of being in the majority already that we want to be intolerant towards the minority group. There's nothing, like, intrinsic, like, if you invite, yeah, like... So just say you don't want people that aren't like you in your country, then. Like, it's not something that's intrinsic to the Muslims, it's that you don't want different people who are different in your country. I have, like, much less of a problem with, like, that type of argument. I don't know, like... I prefer, like, people who are just, like, way more straightforward about it. Because that's, like, an argument I can kind of appreciate. And it's an argument that might even be right, is that cultures tend to be more stable when they're more homogenized. But I also think that whatever happens, like, whenever you get people just have a baseline tendency towards tribalism. And whenever you get a culture that's relatively homogenized, you just create new tribes within the culture. And that tribalism's the problem, not necessarily specific individual tribes. And when you're looking at specific individual tribes, you get lost in the sauce. It's like the Catholics and the Protestants, like, ideologically and culturally very, very similar, and they end up killing each other over, like, stupid shit. Or, like, tiny nitty differences. Like, you know, want to talk about violence in, like, Ireland and, like, this type of thing. Which is, like, a cause of violence, and it's like, also, you live in Germany, talk about the 30 Years' War, in terms of people who are culturally and religiously very, very close in line. The problem is the tribes, or the tribalism, not the individual tribes themselves. And so when you create new tribes, or like ways of thinking about tribes, it's a problem. Banned in the religion to act like a vigilante. Radical Islam is a direct result of Western imperialism and the dissolving of Ottoman Caliph for Sunnis in particular. I think that, I think that in terms of what's come out of the Middle East, in terms of violence, is multifaceted in its causes. And so chalking it up to one thing is just simplistic. But the point is like, I think he just wants to find a reason to exclude them, more so than, like... I think that the starting question was not how do we reduce violence here in Germany, is what I'm saying. I don't think that's the initial question that he asked himself. Jeez, we'll never get this company in. Have you found it easier to pass laws in a country like Japan now? It's easier as everybody. Like, it's insanely easy to pass laws now. I think we're gonna go back to protectionism so we can trade a little bit less, but in exchange get, I mean, if you get trade agreements with this type of stuff, it's really easy to get trade advantage anyway. So trade advantage doesn't seem to be a throttle. I think protectionism is probably, it's between protectionism and mercantilism, which one's better? Issue with me being gay, we're Muslim? Wait, what? I don't know what you're saying. Are you saying you're gay and you don't like Muslims because of it? I mean, I would not want to live in some of those countries, but also, I think that's more me not wanting to live in the country rather than, like, the religion itself. We can put in the company. Alright. We'll do this one before the glass company. The gold company. Now that we have 5 collapsed gold mines, we can do the gold company first. Hey, Tarek, how's it going? We are having a little bit of a heated discussion. I don't think it's really going anywhere at this point, though. I've kind of said my point. So maybe we'll start addressing it. You didn't fully read my message. I did say it's very much connected with Western meddling. That Islam didn't get more moderate, like Christianity might be connected to that. So then it's not the religion itself, right? Then it's the like outcomes you've gotten like as a result of other conditions. So say that as a population, I like don't want violent people in my country, independent of like what their religion is. I don't know. I don't like Islam because of the plus 20% conversion bonus. The rest is BS. Yeah. That conversion bonus is real bad. It's definitely the worst religion in Vic 3. Awkward in the sauna? Yeah. It's often awkward in the sauna. I'm quite behind. Selection effects dominate the argument for private schooling, pulling funds away from public in a way that it harms outcomes. For well-funded, run, pre-registered, independently analyzed education institutions that are funded because they're likely to work, the immediate effect was found to be very small. I would have to look at the research on this. I'm willing to accept that the research might say otherwise. The research I have looked at, I don't remember exactly where it was from. I have looked at research on it in the past that seemed to indicate that when you get rid of private schools, you have better outcomes in education. But I would have to look. Recent meta-analysis of vouchers for private schools showed very small, non- or marginally significant effects of attendance on test scores for American students. I'm talking about you categorically getting rid of all private schools, not the effect of some private schools. You have to look at a. I don't think the United States, you can do an analysis in the United States. You have to look at a nation that completely got rid of private schools as like a thing you can do, which I think Norway is the one that did that. Thinking Christianity got moderated is such a European take. There's plenty of Christian groups in the U.S. that have issues with being gay. Yeah. Are violent as well. Should talk about how the White House got its name when you go on anti-immigrant screens against Canadians. Damn Canadians. There's a point in Islamic history that they were fairly progressive, probably around medieval times, yeah. Anyways, I think this has been going on long enough. Yeah, it probably has. I also think you don't have the same perspective as me, since Islam is much of the thing where you live, but I guess we're not going to be on the same page. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have a different experience than you in Germany regarding immigration and people being of a different religion, because the immigrants in my country, generally speaking, tend to be Catholic. But yeah, I'm trying to catch up on the chat. I need to get China to have turmoil. Is there anything I could do to make one of their states have turmoil? Occupy it. Occupy all of it. Accept what you need. Accept their capital. If you don't take their capital and you just occupy everything else, they will generate a lot of turmoil. Oh, this has so much construction malice because it's not incorporated. Oh, Jesus, that is enormous construction malice. We have to incorporate this. 90%. We are incorporating it. Holy malice, dude. Okay, so just kidding. We're going back to the Glassworks idea. That's gonna take forever to churn through. We're gonna do Glassworks Company first. Because we are researching the additional companies law right now. Would you advise having trade centers in a state that's producing a good, or the best state for trade capacity? Both. Sorry for spamming statistics, not really the medium for it. Yeah, I also can't, like, analyze and look at a study and, like, this type of thing in this, like, format. So, like, if someone hits me with a statistic, I just, like, kind of have to decide whether or not I, like, believe it or not, or, like, or believe that they're giving me a real statistic. And then, like, assume whether or not I think this study was a good, well-constructed study or not, and like this type of thing. Like I can't like look at the thing and verify on stream that easily, unless I just want to like stop doing the thing or stop playing the game. Socialists aside, love you journalists. Look forward to more 1.9 content, EU5 content. Looking forward. Thanks very much. Keep grinding. This will be a big year for you. I hope so. Kind of needs to be. Last year I basically just stalled out super hard, so I also wasn't making as much stuff. I was kind of very demotivated in general. The issue is, whilst not often the outsiders, yeah. You're intentionally misunderstanding my point here, that's not what I said. I don't know if you're talking to me or Pond there. But, like, the delay is probably... The delay at this point is, like, significant for, causing miscommunication. So I'm not sure if you're talking to me there. Best thing we can do is hope to achieve with tribalism is making all of humanity one tribe. No, that's like... Or, like... Oh, yeah, like if we have an alien invasion, yeah, that would be one way to do it. But I think it's really just ingrained into our nature, so like, either we rise above that or we like tear ourselves apart, and so like, I don't know. I think you should try and rise above the tribalism, but that also involves like, being tolerant of people who make you uncomfortable and you don't like as a knee-jerk response. So... And a lot of people are uncomfortable with that as a practice. But, I don't know. What does trading privileges exactly do? So, privileges will make it so that you have more trade advantage in the good when they are on the other side of that trade, or when people, you have trade privileges with people on the other side of that trade. So, see if we have plus 200%. I would venture to say we are getting a lot of, we are getting an enormous flat amount from trade privileges that allow this to happen. So we're importing probably Prussian guns. I'm not sure who exactly we're importing from, but we can see who it is, and we can see what the world market looks like. And if we take a look, the person with the export advantage, or who's selling a lot of these, Prussia is. And we have a trade agreement with Prussia, which means we have an import advantage. And this means that we get a huge discount on these guns, which makes this a wildly profitable trade for us. So we will continue to make money. So generally speaking, having these is just good for you, and giving them out doesn't really cost you much. And so... the fact that you could trade both of these and get like plus 80 on accepting a Diplo treaty is kind of just insane. I mean, they're really helpful, and that I guess like to some extent nations should value them, but like they should not. They should be happy to exchange your value on this, but not so happy to just give you free stuff, or exchange trade privileges, but not happy to give you a bunch of like free stuff for trade privileges. I feel like, but maybe that's what companies are you going for? I think 3 of the Japanese ones, excluding the Manchuria Railway one, and then the Borneo one, and then we'll see from there. So right now we're going for the glass company and the Borneo one. Borneo one that has rice, and then we'll kind of try and pop off on rice and subvention rice and see if we can become the rice warlord. Would you rather live in your mom's basement or your dad's basement, journalist? Man, tough question. I haven't talked to my dad since I was 13, so I imagine living in his basement would be awkward. Those meddling kids. Yeah. Is this dude quoting Mein Kampf on Christianity being a cowardly religion? Wait, what? I have no idea what you're referring to. Or who you're referring to. Are you saying I'm quoting Mein Kampf? I don't think I am. But not having read Mein Kampf, I guess I don't know if I accidentally walked into it there. That's like kind of on my like tentative to read list, because I want to read it for the purposes of like understanding better Hitler's perspectives, but also like I think that's the type of thing when you read it, people get super sus about you reading it. And I go out of way to read things I know I'll disagree with pretty aggressively, but I think that one's one people would not think kindly of me for. Delta, thank you for the follow-up, big nice. As a former historian, learning about national identity formation, not how recent it is, but how it happens, is very eye-opening. Yeah, I mean, like, nationalism, for me is one of the issues. I've seen more success building trade centers in the producing states, but I think that might not always be best. Yeah, I mean, it's a math thing, right? Which is just going to have the most profitable trade centers. It's just a function of math. We're just trying to make it so we can slot in the company as quickly as possible. We have overseas investment agreements, so the quicker we can get these going, the quicker we can get, like, I think we have investment in the UK and, we have it in there. And we have, oh, not in the UK anymore. Oh, take on debts in there? Bro. What? It said that they would accept. What is this? What is this? What is this? Not only that, it rebounded us for 5 years, and they rejected it? That's a bug. Okay, I think they're not going to accept again, but I want to know... Just kidding. So they've given us investment rights now. Cool. So we're soon going to just hoover up all their glassworks. And chops. Did you upgrade your PC? Not yet. I was looking at it and then I didn't. I should have just done it before like the tariffs like nonsense has started to happen. I think Chatterino has a setting that allows multiple chats, but I don't know if it includes YouTube. Right now I'm looking at it like a unified YouTube and Twitch chat. So I'm not like ignoring one or the other. Never let them leave. Never ever. Hotel California. Is this Realms of Ecther? No, it's not. Do you need any help updating the spreadsheet so we can get it out sooner? It would help if someone... I was planning on working that today, but it would be helpful if someone just made a list of all the PMs that got changed. But considering I'm going to like probably eat and then work on this after, I don't know if it would be possible for someone to get like that to me in time. But that's what would be helpful. Like in theory, I should set it up so that it's automated, but I don't have it. I think violence is overrepresented in immigrants because of poverty, and being a young man is overrepresented in immigrants. I think that is likely, but not necessarily the only thing. Like some groups are just more violent than others, so if those groups immigrate to another area, you're going to increase violence, right? But I also think that, yeah, there's like there's a population bias and confounding variables there. But like most of the point I was trying to make is bringing it back to the violence rather than like the demographic. And then if you control for certain variables, like if you only let rich people into the country, you also won't cause violence. Like generally speaking, because rich people are generally not very violent. Or tend to be less violent. Right, so... but people also don't like the sound of that. We're gonna let people who aren't poor into the country. They also don't like the sound of, like, we're not gonna let certain gender into the country, like this type of thing. But I do get why you thought I was a Russian troll, though. Yeah, I mean, I checked your chat, and you don't have the same MO as the other guy. I'm fine with having someone having a perspective I disagree with. I don't care, or like, I think it's fine. I did check though. But like, yeah, the anti-immigrant stuff gets pushed by the trolls. Yeah, Putin's been using this issue for propaganda a lot. Yeah, but there's still like people who are in good faith on that like side of the issue. I mean, I just disagree with it, but I'm also more pro freedom of movement than like the average American by like a large margin. Most of the Democrats are not like into freedom of movement. If you only had one state to choose to build trade centers, then the best one with the one with the best mapping would probably be best. That generally includes harbor bonuses. Yeah. Are you in the U.S.? If so, what state? California. Maybe your dad should get out of the basement if he's been stuck in there for so long. Yeah, we have other issues other than that. Maybe not one to read in public. Definitely not. I don't know, yeah. I've definitely read some things I thought I was going to disagree with and then had them change my perspective in a really substantive way. Like The Case Against Competition was kind of like a pivotal book for me that was really interesting. This seems like a strong one. Maybe like, I don't know how to evaluate the infamy decay, but I also think that glass is relatively good prestige good, and the fact that the add-on for this is freaking wood is amazing. Let's give him investment rights too. So I guess who we really want is Russia now at this point. They're belligerent though. That's why you also have Das Kapital and Atlas Shrugged. I've read sections of Das Kapital and also The Wealth of Nations, the entire Wealth of Nations. I haven't read... Das Kapital is way longer than Wealth of Nations. Do you think laissez-faire is best for economic output? Probably, because I think monopolies aren't worth it, but if monopolies are worth it, then it's interventionism. I went laissez-faire because it was a little bit easier. No more debt? Yeah, it's like... There's so much silliness this patch. Like, in terms of... But that's fun. I mean, I think there's a lot of fun, too. I think I'm trying to come up with heuristics for self-limiting on treaties, so that we just don't do a bunch of absurd stuff. Does that count as breaking a treaty? Maybe? I don't think so. We didn't pop a bunch of infamy, I don't think. Also, you can give someone, like, treaties over time with, like, a bunch of, like, things, and then you can just, like, get into a war with them to get rid of it. I think. In terms of, like, artificially canceling it. I think it's more difficult cross-chat, that's true. I mean, you guys can kind of see it up on the screen, but then, like, I'm also reading with, like, a pretty significant delay, and so the combination of the delay makes it rough. Do you think they're gonna rebalance treaties? Yes. But I'm also super fine with them letting people have their fun for a little bit. I think that should be relatively low priority for them relative to fixing bugs. And I know some of the dev team is like also just super okay leaving exploits in the game, just generally speaking, because like it's like if people want to use the exploit, they can. I was shocked that they took out Turtle Island. I just thought that was just going to be in the game forever. About unified chats, a unified way, like you guys have the unified chat both on YouTube and Twitch. I don't think that's possible. I can get the unified chat, but I don't think I can give it to you guys. I'm also regretting not upgrading the PC. Was preparing for the potential American-Canadian trade war. Ruined your SOL IRL. Yeah, should have known nothing would come of it. You're regretting not having upgraded your PC. Oh, I was thinking that the impending trade war is a reason to upgrade the PC, because all the parts are going to get more expensive. But I guess, like, when you're worried about the rent, it's a little bit different. We still might get the trade war. We're certainly going to get more pump fakes. Does the current patch actually help to play specialized? Yeah, you could absolutely specialize economies super, super hard right now. Less so directly violent, more overtly violent. Well, they cause suffering. If you're talking about the rich people, they cause suffering, perhaps, and have more tools to cause suffering with greater resources, but they generally don't do it through physical violence, so... We are pulling up on our additional company. Let's see how much of our ownership is overseas now. 5%. So we have 1 million worth of GDP owned overseas. I wonder who it is between Great Britain and Prussia. We have 12 levels of Prussia stuff, 4 levels of Great Britain, 1 of the Raj. Let's take a look at our company. Like, this is something that's more worth nerfing, maybe, than the treaties. Although I don't know if this is a problem. Oh, we don't have any overseas, whatchamacallums yet. I mean, people can fight you to get rid of your investment over there. Immigrants in the U.S. are statistically less likely than the native-born Americans to commit criminal acts. Absolutely. But this isn't... The guy I was talking with was European. The European statistics are different. If I'm arguing with an American, that's something I bring up pretty frequently, is that currently immigrants are like less likely to commit crimes, so when people immigrate, you're less likely to become a victim of a crime. But my understanding is that the immigrants from the Middle East into European countries are actually like the statistics are different in that one. Jones claims to be open about dissenting opinions, yet he's not debated Terrence Howard about math. Terrence Howard is like Terrence Howard is actually just a super good example of like people who are obsessed with, or not, people who are likely motivated by wanting to have a subversive opinion more so than actually like some sort of truth orientation, and it just leads them on this wild like wild type of thing. Like, he wants to be smart and like transcendental and like this type of thing. I think in terms of his internal motivations, he might be very well operating in good faith or whatever, but it's just like yeah, the like 1 × 1 = 2 thing is fucking stupid as hell. Would you be in favor of UBI, but immigrants don't get UBI? Yeah, this is something I've discussed, is I think UBI should be tied to citizenship. And then I think not necessarily everyone... I think people should be allowed to move into the country to pursue employment, and that generally speaking, you should be super, super about giving out work visas, but not necessarily citizenship, and I think UBI should be tied to citizenship. And one of the reasons why is because I think freedom of movements should be so permissive. I think you can't possibly just give it to UBI to residents if you're interested in doing that. So I think if UBI is a thing, which I don't know if it should be, that it should be just citizens only, yeah. Which would create, as some people would say, second-class citizens, but those people who are second-class are in fact not citizens, so checkmate. Joe's talking about a book that changed his mind while also talking about Mein Kampf, not like this, how to get cancelled. Like how Luigi was a terrorist for murdering 1 person, but that person was CEO who murdered how many hundreds of thousands by denying claims. I'm not sure if murdered is the word I would like to use. Actually, for either. I don't think I necessarily want to call... Murder is what you use to call something that's unjustified killing. And what the CEO did, I wouldn't want to call it murder because it's not actually him directly killing him. It's allowing him to die, which is like a different thing. And so maybe I'm wishy-washy on that. But also, if what Luigi did was justified, which I probably think it's not, but I think you could make an argument, then it would just not be classified as murder. I would entertain the argument, but I just, like, I think it's probably not one that would necessarily, like, pull me to the other side. The thing is like, yeah. I think the thing he's objecting to is not without problems. I also think that there's some perverse incentives going on in the healthcare system. I think the fact that Americans pay more for healthcare than any other country and actually have like worse outcomes in healthcare is like an absurdity. And it's I think that this entire system should be regulated more, or deregulated more. One of the things is like you want to talk about having a free market and this type of thing. What's not a free market is artificial monopolies created by patents on like drugs. So like you're talking about sort of protectionism for this entire industry that occurs like pretty regularly, and then like protectionism when it makes them more money and free market when it makes them more money type of things that I'm just like not necessarily a fan of. So like I have an issue with the same thing that Luigi has an issue with, but I also have an issue with just doming someone in the back of the head with a gun. So yeah. I love the construction malice in unincorporated states. I think that's such a good change. The fact that we just can't, like, just uber abuse Borneo as soon as we take it, fantastic. There's some interesting statistics and outcomes on small-scale UBI experiments. Yeah, I would want to see a bigger study, more comprehensive study done, I think, on UBI, just generally. I think it's something that should be looked into. I think we are approaching a level of automation in employment such that this notion that everyone can be employed simultaneously is like, maybe not tenable. And I'm not saying that it's not, I'm saying that it's maybe not, right? Oh, I think we are supposed to, at this point, put up everything to be privatized, so that our investment pool is going to break back our stuff. Certainly the industry we have a company for. Where this is actually probably early per the math, but I don't know. I think the math shouldn't be what it is, so we'll do this. Because the reinvestment bonus you get, owning stuff as the government is like more valuable than it ought to be. Is there a privatize? Maybe there's a privatize all button and we're just being stupid here. I don't see it. I'm probably blind and someone in chat is correcting me, but I'm too obstinate, and I'm just gonna click through all this and then see how you do it, and then chat's gonna be like, no, journalist, you betrayed us. I'll be like, yes, I did, I'm sorry. You know. Yeah. I don't think Mein Kampf is going to convince you much other than the fact Hitler was an idiot, but go ahead. Yeah, I think it's going to show me how much of an idiot he was, though. And also show me how much of a problem he was, and also be able to identify when people are using the same, like, lines of thinking or arguments, and being able to point that out to people. See, I was thinking I need to buy food, yeah. No, I'm thinking you... The Canadian side of the concern for that is, yeah, like food, and the American side of it is like, my PC parts. What does Russia have to do with anti-immigrant rhetoric? We've got plenty of those as well. Russia, they have trolls that encourage both negative sides of, or both poles of arguments, especially stuff that's radical, for the purposes of destabilizing and causing infighting within a nation to make it so that it is less able to resist Russian interests abroad or form some sort of cohesive government or plan or this type of thing. And so it will do stuff like simultaneously promote white supremacist stuff and BLM stuff. And the idea is that one of the axes, it's really nice when you have a nation tearing itself apart over tribes based on religion, or sorry, not religion, based on race, but also religion. I personally think that people should focus way more on class than they do any of that. What's the mod showing overseas GDP? I forget the name of it, but it's like GDP. I think if you search GDP ownership, you should be able to find it. Siphoning their investment pool is the worst issue. It should 100% not be. It should not be 100% paid by the other country. Also, they spend the. They spend it. They also are the ones who build it. It's kind of crazy. I'm uncertain that it like shouldn't operate to some extent like that. But oh baby, we got ourselves some login in Prussian. I like that wagon we dragon. I think Terrence Howard is schizophrenic, actually. Oh, I'm not qualified to make that type of assessment. I kind of doubt it, though. If he is, he's just an extremely high-functioning schizophrenic. I've seen schizophrenic people on the bus. You know what I mean? I don't think he's schizophrenic. Raise UBI globally, you do not have to worry about your nation, people wanting to migrate to your nation. I mean, I guess. The way he talks reminds me of people I knew when they're schizophrenic. I mean, I guess maybe he's... Yeah, I guess he could be high-functioning schizo, but, like... We're getting wood built abroad. Hell yeah. This is just such a strange company. The wood-glass combo. Really doing it for me. Is added mapping bad for trade center profitability? Now kind of confused. I don't think so. It will pull... if you have really good mapping score, it will pull... If you have really bad mappy, that'll push prices in a different direction. That will give it more profitable opportunities for trade. So yeah, I think it will slightly be bad for trade profits, but I think it's going to be good for the state overall. Like the state you're in, if you build a bunch of trade centers there and you have a mappy bonus there, I think that's better for you overall than if you didn't have a mappy bonus, if that makes sense. Because all the other industries there are improved more by the mapping. And then the trade center has to find other things to trade, but it'll trade slightly less profitable things. Hey, Jim, how's it going? Sappy Sunday indeed. Do you think it's harder to go high infamy with this new update? I think it's less worth it. You get a lot of, like, crazy-ass things. If we abdicate to this, do we get multiculturalism? Surely not. We could check it. So we'll also Uber weaken the Heaven, but what we can do is we can put the Shogunate in and then abdicate. Shogun and the Samurai. Let's check it out. It's been a while since we've tried to abuse the abdicate stuff. Let's see what's going on. I don't think we can pass multiculturalism because we don't have the law research, so I think that it's just going to break and we're going to reload, but we're going to take a look. Do you need protectionism of creating medication to incentivize the creation? I don't think that's necessarily the case. I'm unconvinced that the deadweight loss to society that's caused by the monopoly would not be better served by the government just investing in direct research itself in terms of creating new medications. I don't know, but I'm not convinced that that's a better system for creating new medications. I think that's a system that has had a ton of money on its side to argue that it's better. But yeah. That's not what we wanted. Yeah, I think that even if it could give us multiculturalism that way, I don't think we get it that way if we don't have it researched. How do you know what and when to privatize? It's technically like kind of like a math thing. That's like got some fiddly math as a result of the reinvestment bonus, where you get 3x the reinvestment to your investment pool at 0 GDP and 1x at 50 million and it decreases linearly. After you're at 50 million GDP, you just should like you should have everything privatized, basically. Is not a core being state for colonial exploitation worth it? I don't know with the construction malice if it is. That's like a consideration you could make. I mean, you can get more rubber overall if you do that. Eventually, construction's much less of a throttle. Look at this, though. Freaking 70 weeks because of the enormous construction malice. I don't even know if we could build this in North Borneo, to be honest. Look at that. Ashley. Let's see, if we do this, do we get 100? No, we don't. What do we want to use the 100 on? Oh my god, it's super blanked out. Let's write national violence suppression on Borneo, because we want to build there. Minus 60%, Jesus. I mean, it's not as bad. We want this for our next company, so just kind of bite the bullet here. And then we'll forget that we need to remove it, but... When you say maybe weaken your possession, instead insert dominance. It's a tautology that I'm correct because I cannot be wrong. Go back to prop logic 1. 101, little bro. Don't you mean prop logic 100? Prop logic 101, much harder. But yeah, basically. I don't know. It's really... if you're never wrong and you never update your opinion probably sucks balls. The odds that you get your opinion, like, perfectly right the first time on everything is just, like, regardless of how intelligent you are, like, you make evaluations based on your information. Often information's incomplete. As you get more information, you should update your opinion, so, like... But so many people just don't fucking update their opinion because they hate being wrong. And so it's more about not being wrong than it is about trying to form the correct perspective. I saw drops once compensating with a monopoly makes a prestige good because your pops don't consume the prestige good for their needs. Because your pops don't? Don't you mean because your pops do? Work hours haven't decreased in 70 years. If efficiency led to shorter hours, data suggests that we'd work shorter and be able to employ more people. But capitalist society requires unemployed citizens, so it's not happening. There's a great book called... I mean, I think money just gets squeezed to the top, and this is one of the ways in which capitalism fails, is that it's not meritocratic. But most people who are against capitalism... Oh, no, we didn't want to promote him. What are we doing? Or against it because it's like unkind or immoral, this type of thing, rather than like not meritocratic. I also think it's like better than communism. It's just that it's not meritocratic. Like, we have to go down to minimum taxes if we want to be above 50% or 50, what have you. I think we're just gonna build some more. You should improve relations with Ching, probably. Just like in EU4, it's a bank you can use to take on your debt. Yeah, we got other people taking on our debt, but you're right. Ching is gonna have a better debt limit than other people. And when they take it on enough, they'll go bankrupt. You should focus on class? Okay, communist, basically. Wow, am I really that far behind? You use their investment pool build queue, not both. I think it should probably use their construction queue. Well, so just regular reinvestment already uses their construction queue, to be fair. And then you buy the building when it's completed. Did they tweak the recognition mechanics? I see you're almost a GP, but Russian is the Russian East is far untouched, and 53 seems kind of early. You can you can get an agreement to give you embassy, which we did here, and then what you could do is you can renegotiate it over and over and over again, and every time you do it, it gives you plus 10. So you could just get to plus max. Just by renegotiating a bunch. Right now, we're not going to renegotiate that treaty. Oh, well, we could. Well, we don't want to renegotiate that treaty because offer embassy has positive value, so I don't think that would be good for us. Maybe it would. But we're getting money per week or whatever. But we just renegotiated that with Prussia at the whole ton until they're fine with us. Don't tell me you cheesed embassies. Yeah, we did. The day-to-day loss of the restrictions is cheaper in political terms for the politicians since it doesn't show up in budgets. That's why they do that crap. I mean, I also think that the lobby for the healthcare industry is freaking enormous. So, yeah. Yeah, we did cheese it. We pulled a cheeky. Cheeky peeky. One day we will complete these gold mines. Kicking these to the top because they'll all finish a little bit faster. My understanding is the government invests in very general research, but drug companies take risk-reward path of trying to create specific medication. Yeah, but the government could do that if they wanted to. Like, the point is that a monopoly is inefficient as well. You're talking about using competition to promote some kind of, like, thing, like, via, like, mechanisms, but also, like, monopolies encourage, sort of insipid behavior on part of the companies as well. Like, for example, if a company finds something that doesn't support their conclusions, they just won't pub the study. So you got a lot of food companies, for example, that do a bunch of studies regarding to food and nutrition, and, like, Nabisco or whatever, and then when they find a conclusion they don't like, they don't pub the study. Like, that should be illegal. You should have to pub the study. And so, like, their incentive isn't to provide as much healthcare as well as possible, but is instead or their incentives are perverse. They're, like, just extractive. Relative to so people being on a medication for the rest of their life is also better than curing someone, right? And their incentive, subscription-based medications are better for their bottom line, so they have incentives to create those types of medications, which aren't necessarily better for health outcomes than stuff that just full-on cures stuff. They also spend money reformulating their drug and tweaking it slightly without causing any negative effects, just so that they can renew the patent. Or to apply for a new patent or this type of thing to make more money, so they waste resources in this way. And so, like, you would have to, like, look at the efficiency as a whole. My understanding, the government invests in very general research. Yeah, I don't know how democracies feel about using taxpayer money on drugs that are never used, especially in the U.S. where public health care isn't even passed. Well, I can tell you that I've met plenty of really stupid people that don't use their education. So the U.S. taxpayers spend a lot of money on education that never gets used as well. But as part of a greater project of having certain things, you have to accept that sometimes your money is underutilized. You know, shout out to Jason. Mental rigidity is a problem these days. Yeah. Man, I'm trying to get EIC to complete Unstable Raj as Great Britain, but it feels impossible. It can't get past, can't get 10 SOL to 10, or it times out too fast. Can't get SOL to 10. I wonder if you could get someone to send you a bunch of grain. I never admit I'm wrong, I just say I've become more correct than I used to be based. Honestly. My correct is even more than it used to be. Oh man, we're approaching 5 hours here. I probably gotta call it if I want to get stuff done tonight relatively soon. Just try and catch up with, I'm trying to catch up with chat. We had a political discussion, and I've just been behind ever since. Terrible. Maybe we want this as the long-term capital. I think we do. Putting this in so that we have the industries locked in, which will affect the choices of the auto queue in terms of building. Has this patch made states like Bremen, Hamburg, etc. more playable? Well, we currently have a Panama run where we only control Panama, and we have like 500,000 pops in total, and we own like 30 million worth of GDP, so I would say yes. I don't update my opinions because I hate being right. Ayy. How we do it. Capitalism sucks because the rate of capital growth is larger than the rate of economic growth, leading to rent-seeking behavior that monopolizes everything eventually. Regulation helps a lot. Yep, I'm kind of this opinion, but I still identify as libertarian, which most people would think that's a contradiction. I do not. I want the meritocracy. That's what I want. I don't think capitalism gives it, because capitalism gives you money based on you already having money, rather than giving you money for the value of your labor, which is what I want, ideally. Unfortunately, you can't use capitalism, which is a really efficient way of allocating resources, unless you give some money to people by virtue of them owning the stuff. And so the question is, what's the distribution look like? And I just think it's like just too much squeeze to the top. If you renew a treaty, you get paid your debt paid again, just like embassy. Yes, yes. Welcome to the new world, where everything's free. I'm disappointed, Mr. Gaming, you did not resist the cheese. You're now Roquefort. Well, we have to experiment with the cheese so we know what we're talking about. People have an expectation that I know things, so I have to see what it is, or have it explained to me, or like do this a couple times. But we're also, when I get done with this stream, I'm going to create a YouTube post regarding what people think self-limitations on cheese should be regarding treaties. Pharmacy companies never publish their findings if the drugs did not work, even if there was already third-stage clinical trials, which hampers drug research. Yeah, exactly. This is an example, like, perverse incentives where a lot of money is getting spent and progress is not being made because they have certain types of incentives. This is exactly what I mean. Subscribe to stay alive, basically. It's not about the science, it's about the profits. Yeah. Whereas if the government funds it, it's inefficient because the government's doing it, but it's like the perverse incentives are gone. And so if the perverse incentives are more expensive than the government inefficiency, then it's something the government should do, right? You shouldn't have private prisons, because it incentivizes lobbying for laws that are frivolous and imprison people more, especially private prisons in a world where you could legally use prisoners as slaves. And so in that type of environment, like, private prisons absolutely should not be allowed, because you lobby the government for past frivolous laws to get more prisoners so that the prisons get more contracts with the government. Like, there's a very clear, like, issue there. Science is only about pushing articles that provide you with immediate benefit. We don't all need to account for bad actors at all. Yeah, that's an interesting thing with research, is there's like a research bias where you will almost never get outcomes. The distribution of outcomes you get relative to previous studies is a skewed distribution. It's not a normal distribution, and the reason why is if you have something that is basically the exact same outcome as a previous study, there's not much incentive to pub it, so people don't pub it, but that's also how you improve the, like, quality of research and this type of thing. So there should be, like, other structures in place to make sure, like, more research I mean, like, there should be, like, mandatory pubbing for research, but I would hope for meritocracy too, yeah. Like, the thing is a lot of people on the left are more motivated by, like, empathy or, like, something like this. Ouch, I don't use my education properly. Yeah, see, there we go, wasting taxpayer dollars. But, like, the value of having everyone educated is just so extremely high, independent of whether or not they use it. Inheritance is also in the way of meritocracy. Kind of not a huge fan of inheritance. Which is unpopular opinion in the United States, but yeah. I would like more velocity in terms of class changing. A libertarian who wants government to develop drugs is interesting. Yeah. I think that most libertarians don't think about externalities and perverse incentives. I want the government involved as minimal things as possible, but if there's perverse incentives or externalities, I think the government should force them to be accounted for. I'm a fan of the system. You just gotta put your thumbs on the scale in a few spots. But I'm not as much a fan of the government trying to produce specific outcomes unless everyone is really on board with them or those outcomes are really good. Like public education is one that is really good or really important. I met plenty of libertarian socialists, but to be honest, a libertarian social democrat is a rare one. Yeah. What are the benefits of being a recognized nation having higher social rank? People aren't as aggressive towards you, generally speaking, and you get better interest rate. So right now we are actually just cruising. We're making money right now. And you can tolerate much better, interest rates. I think interest rate is the most impactful difference, yep. I think that this is the big one. Considering we could get people to eat our debt constantly, maybe it doesn't matter though. We're just doing that when we start getting in trouble. More so than like not trying to push it as maximally as possible. Meritocracy outshines oligarchy and ancestral wealth, so it's an improvement, yeah. What law has been passed by lobbyists that the majority of the relevant population don't agree with? I think a repeal on the assault weapons ban in the United States. There's a few gun-related ones where like 80% of the population is like, or I guess that's a failure to pass a law. In general, like laws that give tax breaks to like the rich and this type of stuff. Very specifically, the thing is like those are often bundled with other stuff that people approve of. So like there's like general tax breaks that are popular amongst Republicans, but if it was just a tax break for the wealthy only, they wouldn't be on board as much. But very often it's disproportionately towards the wealthy. A lot of people on the left get told by others that they feel too much when it comes to screaming economic arguments for centuries. Yeah, I mean, this is just like people being dismissive. I find the fact that I am like rather cold about the empathy thing also makes it easier for me to talk to conservatives about stuff. I think that conservatives, when I interact with them in a good faith type of way, not in like a trolling type of way, which it's generally in a good faith type of way, except when like they start complaining about Mexicans, I guess. Generally they think I'm one of the more reasonable ones. Why are you evening out the construction of the gold mines? I want them to all finish as fast as possible. I don't care about having the actual gold mines. I want them to all finish, and if you do this, you won't do any construction on the glassworks in the Kanto, or the logging camp in Shikoku eventually, and so they will finish like a couple weeks faster. Technically I should let like 1 or 2 finish though. But now I'm lost in the sauce of the minigame. Same thing Russia does, the CIA has done to the rest of the world. I was the leader of the political party in Canada, former, when I was in WikiLeaks doing regime change. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the US doing regime change. Like, I don't think that they should have meddled in, like, let's say, I think Greece and, like, Chile, like, this type of stuff. That was also when I was a lot younger, so I don't know as much about that. I'm generally anti-regime change, though. But, like, some people, like, I feel like when you're an American and you say that you're against that, people, like, they think that it doesn't count or something, that, like, you're not allowed to, like, be against something your government did, like, before you were even born, or something like this. Or that the implication is that somehow you're unfit to criticize someone else doing that thing, like, in modern times, and it's like, this is kind of a stupid argument. But education reduces birth rate? True. I just got back. How's getting recognized in this patch? Trivially easy, because you just get an embassy with a Diplo agreement. And then you just keep renegotiating the same treaty over and over and over again. Wait, what's this about? We'll see if he accepts that. We can cancel that one. It's not any longer binding. Are you going to upload a new Panama Canal video? Yeah, I have to record it, though. I've made a lot of distinctions since I recorded the last episode, though, or played quite a bit and, like, seen a lot of chatter and this type of stuff. Oh, we're coming up on it. But yeah, we're trying to be able to slot in a company that requires 5 levels of gold mine. I used to believe in lobbying being really bad, but I didn't have to. I didn't have a good answer to my previous question. Problem is, Republicans are a Trump cult now. So if he says it's good, it must be good, even if they wouldn't approve of it normally. Yeah, I mean, I think our current level of polarization, in large part, is a consequence of both social media being naturally polarizing and also Russia's meddling. I think it's a big problem. We cannot get easily above the threshold for being legitimate enough. Which is kind of a bit uncomfortable. I guess... What are we passing right now, laws-wise? Nothing. I guess... we try and get a little bit off this. We go like landed voting here. Which should make us more legitimate. We have to be really careful because of the bug, because the rural folk will be out of control powerful in general. Police lobbies against marijuana legalization, which is about 51% everywhere. Yep. And so do private prisons. Because that's one of the ways that they get more contracts is like the stupid ass drug charges where like you have non-violent criminals that are minding their own business and they're just getting high. So this is what we wanted to slot in here. Because the additional company for this, y'all get ready for some serious stuff. The additional company on this makes this the best early game. I think there's a better late game version of this, but this is the best early game, I think. Rice company. We could do iron, but rice is nice. We're gonna do rice. Now we really want investment rights in China. That's next step. Investment rights in China. They're really not a fan of it. They don't care about us not colonizing. Let's get a better relation with them before we try and do it. Let's cancel the revolution, dog. Anti-regime change. This guy never wants a permanent president and never wants them to change. Very cool generalist, very based, very... Yeah. Oh, you have private prisons in the US? Yeah, I'm against them. We have them in California even, but there's a moratorium on new private prisons in California. Their owners lobby for more crimes and harsher sentences, yeah, and against bail reform, exactly. All this type of stuff. And they also don't have, they have an incentive to increase, reincarceration rates. It's like recidivization or something like this, I can't pronounce it, but there's a special word for it. But they have an incentive for also prisoners not becoming functioning members of society afterwards as well, which is disgusting, right? Like the entire if you're punishment oriented, like in terms of your penal system, like I guess mission accomplished, but if you're rehabilitation oriented, like there's a perverse incentive towards not actually rehabilitating people. I think rising inequality caused people to become more polarized. I think there's multiple factors. I do blame social media in Russia pretty heavily. But yeah, I definitely think that increasing wealth disparities is also an issue. What's the bug with the rural folk? It's not rural folk specifically, but if we look at the pops supporting the rural folk, we'll see some interesting players. You know, like engineers. Not typical. Like capitalists. I don't even know if that's normally possible, and they're supporting the rural folk. The way it is not updating interest group support properly, and so whatever they were supporting before they became a capitalist, they just keep supporting. So... What's your take on prestige industrial goods? Do you think you should go for a bunch of them in the construction engine supply chain is worth? Probably. Long term, as you get a bigger and bigger share of the economy, prestige goods of that nature will be better. It's possible that consumer prestige goods are going to be better early on. I'm not really sure. I kind of doubt it, but yeah, I think that in general that's a good idea. But having coverage on companies is more valuable, I think, as well, is an important point to make. So if you have to sacrifice 2 industries worth of coverage for a prestige good, it's probably not worth it. I'd be curious to see the polling on the other 12. I don't even know what this is referring to. Rice still OP? They haven't changed the construction on it, and the fact that you could dump it down people's throats much easier by exporting, because exporting is actually possible. Rice might be even better. We're probably going to do a China rice run. Or a USA debt slavery run. Multicultural debt slavery is apparently possible. Playa did a video on it and posted it in the Discord, but it's private, so you can only look at it if you look at the link. But yeah, if you're doing a prestige good on a consumer good, I think the main point is to export it. Why don't we subvention this? It's kind of this is such an interesting company. It's a new one. Where are we supposed to spend our infamy here? Are these guys independent? No. %, just let us conquer them. Russia maybe wants a piece. New oil pipeline event is so good. I don't think I've seen it. How much have you looked into how trade advantage actually works? A decent amount, because that's what I had to do my tutorial video on. There's a lot of things influencing it. I guess I don't know the list of all the things influencing it, but it affects the price you pay. As you become a larger share of the world's market, though, it becomes like less relevant. The smaller a player you are, the bigger a proportion of advantage you can get. Like you can see here, we're importing iron. We have monstrous trade advantage here, so we're paying 13% less, which is quite a bit for the imports. If we take a look at the world market, we can see that we have the most import advantage. One, because we're importing larger volume, but almost certainly because we have trade privilege with someone who is giving a lot. So we have a trade privilege with Prussia, who is the primary exporter, which also gives Prussia an advantage as well. So Prussia's getting a better price, and the losers are everybody else. So everyone else who doesn't have trade advantage ends up paying more. And it's supposed to be net even, but it's not actually net even, but that's the way the mechanic's supposed to work. It's roughly net even, but all the other people who pay more pay for the equivalent of us paying less, and the average price is going to be the world market price. So we actually end up paying 13% less than this, which gives us better margins, which gives us more money made in our trade centers. Have you tried the prestige beef? It feels like demand is endless. They buffed beef. I think they buffed both the PM and the demand for it. But like prestige anything is an interesting thing in general because consumption rates and substitution is based on sell orders in a market. And so you can dump prestige goods to other people's markets and then subvention them. And I think that might be the one thing that's worth subventioning. It's really hard to tell. Do the old RGO values, wood is the most effective and whatnot, still matter? Or have they reworked those as well? It's been a while since I played. You're talking about Vic 3? You use the word RGO. I assume you're an EU5 player. Or not player, because it hasn't released yet. EU5 interested person asking about Vic 3. Yeah, wood's still crazy good. I think there are other routes to aside from players, but that one's dead. The one that's dead is the Connor Free States strat. Found out the hard way. Eating Netherlands that has full caps doesn't get you their subjects. Oh, it used to. You maybe want to talk to Connor about that. I think he said it was still possible, just different. I can't remember, though. That's part of why I think free trade is still meta. Yeah, but if you control, like, as you get big, you will control the entire side of a trade, basically. Or you'll just be so big that you'll get bigger enough. It's like, only good when you're small. Because as we control a bigger and bigger share of this world trade, our advantage is going to go down. So as we build more construction sectors, we're going to push other people out of the imports, and then our advantage is going to go down as well. I guess we'll see, but maybe I'm wrong. But lobbies are evil and controlling. Well, like, they're not necessarily, like, categorically evil. There could be, like, good lobbies, but generally they're serving corporate interest rather than public interest. You can have a lobby that serves, like, public interest. That's, like, good. Like, I think there's a lobby for, like, clean water in Flint, right? It doesn't have that much resources, but lobbies themselves aren't, like, bad. But, like, yeah, the problem is that almost all the lobbying power is in corporate interest rather than public interest. 25% base trade advantage and the benefit comes from margins, so you wind up making a pretty big advantage. Yeah, but the advantage goes away when you get big. Free trade is maybe better when you're small. Or if you're playing multiplayer, then it gets interesting. Because I think tariffing is useful in multiplayer, but also being the winner of this is useful in multiplayer. The FSA strat still works for the USA for whatever reason. You just have to ban slavery through law pass/event. Yeah, there we go. At that point, it doesn't matter what you're on. You're really not trading anymore. You can still be trading a lot. You're just controlling all the trade on one side. Like, if you subvention wood as Russia, like we did in our Russia video, and you dump it to everyone, and then you're the only one trading wood, you lose all the trade advantage, but you're still getting the benefit from specializing in the wood in that you can export it to everyone, and you can increase the density of your industries that are on the wood. How are these guys doing? Do we have another one of these? Yeah, we got a regional HQ in Great Britain. So we have now a third of our GDP in terms of free ownership we've gotten just from Prussia and Great Britain. Yeah. The ownership thing is just kind of obscene, huh? And then we can make an agreement with some of these guys. I think we want to negotiate this. Well, we could have gone for something else in terms of the vote. see. Maybe do that. Maybe we could have gotten support for landed voting. Takes a while for them to accept or not. Sometimes. I think that's effectively a bug, but... Hell yeah. Can I somehow nationalize regional HQ buildings? I let GB build to me, and now the ESC is everywhere. I think you have to track down the individual buildings and then nationalize them. You might be able to do it through the outliner. Just come and go by like foreign ownership. Except the thing is I think that they are considered. It's considered domestic ownership because the ownership building, the regional HQ, is inside your country. So I think when you come here and you like try and filter by what have you. Oh, maybe there's one for companies or whatever, and you can nationalize all. And maybe there's one for regional HQs, so I would check that in the UI. We haven't allowed any country to invest in us at any point, so I don't know. Lobbies don't tell politicians to vote in the way they wouldn't otherwise vote. They support politicians who support their ideas already. It's not like you elect virtuous politicians who get converted by lobbies. I don't know exactly what you're responding to here. German far-right magazine made an announcement that stopped selling a Trump coin on their website because of the attack on Iran. That's really going to show them. I mean, enough of that type of action kind of does. Like, if you're looking at a big picture... Not sure if I like the UI in terms of how you select something. A market liberal Intelligentsia guy? Why didn't you say so? Oh, why is this not working? God, we have to run super low taxes to hit the legitimacy bracket we need. Not like this. Oh, they have 2 states now? I'm not sure we did annex. I think we just did take the thing. I didn't realize they had Hormuz. I think that's probably fine, but... I was at 1 billion GDP and still able to get above 50% trade advantage. Yeah, I don't know. This patch make changes to leverage generation for power blocks, by the way? Feels equal to get people in your block peacefully nowadays. Well, you can do so many things because of the treaties simultaneously. Especially getting a ton of buildings in their country, I feel like. That's maybe one of the big ones. It's now hyper easy and good to go for investment rights. So maybe that's part of it, but I don't really know if they made a change or not now. Shadow, you misunderstand what's broken the FSA strat. It's not the Diplo play versus GB for banned slavery. It's the part where you annex capped DC to get their subjects. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, someone was saying that they annexed Netherlands and it didn't work, so maybe that's a continuation of that. Big sad, 17 earthquake eruption events? Not like this. That is the big sad. We're gonna probably have a hard time getting this one really up and churning. Unless we get investment rights in like China. Oh, I guess we have investment rights in the Raj regarding the rice. I wanted to nationalize through war. Hopefully that works. I don't think it... nationalize through war does not get rid of it. You have to nationalize the buildings. It's not considered foreign investment. It's considered domestic investment. But it also doesn't piss off the opposing country if you nationalize all the buildings, which it should, but it doesn't. Oh my god, I thought we were unpaused. lobbyists absolutely pressure people to take positions they wouldn't have otherwise. I was lobbied in politics for years. Did you vote in a way that you wouldn't have otherwise? It's difficult. Like, one of the things is, like, you don't really know when you're creating, like, an implicit bias for something in a really substantive way. Like, so, for example, Paradox did not tell me to have a certain perspective on EU5, but they also flew me out to Spain and took me out to dinner a whole bunch, and I'm probably more likely to give a positive perspective on EU5, which is very much why they do that, right? And it's a very similar, like, type of thing. Just like doctors, you're allowed to take, pharmaceutical companies, you're allowed to take doctors out for dinners, and really expensive dinners, and they do it because they think it's effective, like, at producing good outcomes. And if they didn't think it was effective, they wouldn't do it, right? But at the same time, you're not allowed to, like, explicitly, like, ask for this type of thing, but it's not like it doesn't work. Like, they've said, like, oh, just give your own opinion and this type of thing, but, like, fundamentally, like, they are, in some sense, influencing, like, the opinion. Like, it's part of their marketing process, is, like, that invitation. I didn't realize Bahrain got buffed. It's now 2 states. There's a lot more demand for meat? Yeah, there is. I don't know if that's substitution. I think it's substitution. But I also think the PM's better. I have to take a look. Also, they might not have chosen you or super negative before on a U5. Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of a big deal. Or even if you, or even just didn't give a shit. Or if you even just didn't give a shit. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I got picked because I was doing the coverage, so I obviously care if I'm, like, doing dev diaries every week on this type of thing. But, like, the poisoning the well, like, still happens even if you don't say you're, like, consciously doing this because of that. I responded in comments on YouTube about Pretty Please creating a new tutorial playthrough for 1.9. GME game is pretty different. Like the Spain one? The Spain one, so first of all, I don't feel confident in my understanding of the current patch. Second of all, they are still hot fixing this patch, so anything I do might become invalidated. And, like, third of all, the tutorial, like the Spain tutorial, I'm probably not going to... I did a bunch of, like, before the Spain tutorial, I did a bunch of explanatory tutorials, and that was more of a show tutorial, and so if another tutorial comes, it's probably going to be more explanatory, like a new tutorial series for, like, opening or basics or this type of thing. It's probably going to be one that's more explanatory in nature than, like, a walkthrough type of tutorial. A lot of people were upset about the walkthrough tutorial, but at the same time, a lot of people on, like, the explanatory tutorials were asking for, like, a walkthrough kind of tutorial. So I don't think a tutorial like the Spain one is going to be likely unless a lot of people ask me about it. But if a lot of people ask me about it, maybe I would do that. I don't think I want to do both. I don't think I want to do, like, a really explanatory heavy tutorial series and then also a really, like, hands-on showing you type of tutorial series. Because they would step on each other's toes and people would be like, oh, you're repeating yourself and this type of thing. And I would be repeating myself. Maybe that's not a problem, but... No, but others did. Just because I'm not corrupt doesn't mean it doesn't work on average. You didn't change how you'd vote? How so? It doesn't mean everyone. Yeah. Sometimes you also don't know if you changed your view. Which is kind of the point of the thing. Like... You know, almost universally people think that advertisement doesn't work on them. Advertisers still do it. They have a bunch of data that suggests it does. I think it's kind of a similar thing. I guess if you don't accept the money, I think it probably is much less likely to do anything. Oh, we didn't even need all the gold mines because we had ports? The ports counted? Bruh. It's nice to be picking up the gold mines all over. There's a lot of gold mines in UK's territory. Nice to pick up the ownership of those. piece of literature that touches on this is Manufacturing Consent by Noam Chomsky. Oh, we don't like Noam Chomsky around here. Although that might be great, I don't know. In the linguistics battle, we stand George Lakoff, not in the battle of the words, a battle of linguistics. When we say Lakoff got it right and not Chomsky. Anything would be nice. Game is hard to learn now. Well, we did have the metagame update. I think I might do a 1 week metagame update as well, like 1 weekend, a little bit of a like extra touch on it. But like I also don't know everything that I for making a tutorial that I want to be long standing. I don't feel comfortable like with my level of knowledge at this point as well. And I don't want to put out like something that's not very good. Oh, they don't have? Yeah, grant it. Grant it. Give me that. Ever tried playing the vassal of a GP? Hey, look at this. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We take the Raj's investment pool. The Raj has so much investment pool. Build the rice, 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 build the rice. Let me click that. Look up the history of urban companies in New Brunswick. Tell me that lobbying isn't effective. Yeah, I mean, I think lobbying is effective. I still the Potato McWhiskey's Civ 6 Overexplained series is one of the best video game series on YouTube. I overexplain like everything though. I said it doesn't flip someone who is anti-issue to being pro-issue. It's far more subtle than that. Yeah, it just makes you, like, if you are pro-issue, it makes you care about it more. Or prioritize it more. More so than completely flipping you. Lakoff stands for real, on God. All my homies hate Lakoff. Time this man out. Oh. Yeah. Give him a minute in the chamber. The guy he's talking to is probably going to be reading his message and then poop, it's gone. Would it be good to boost your rice companies with some monopolies? Yeah, so that's an example of something we might be interested in boosting. Is something that we are trying to export, create a lot of demand for, and it has a super collapsed price. We don't have a collapsed price of grain yet, I don't think. You really, like, the price of it has to really be low, but we could do that on, well, can we subvention this? Oh no, not the pit. Yeah. Banished to the Shadow Realm. Did you get timed out? Let's make sure. Oh, you didn't? Alright. Time out. Have to be very careful not to, banished. It was only a 10-second one, so it just deleted all your messages. For the most part. I have to be very careful when clicking that I don't permaban, because the timeout button's right next to the permaban button. So you're flirting with some sort of roulette, I guess. How are we doing here? We're doing fine, especially when we could get people to just accept our debt, like, willy-nilly. Yeah, we do have to make a criteria for what we're willing to do here, because taking on debt, maybe we limit the amount of times we can take on debt. We have to think about this type of thing. My problem was the lobbyists absolutely pressure people to take positions they wouldn't have otherwise. Well, I think you could move someone from a neutral position to an active position, so I still think that that's probably correct. It wasn't my position, but sometimes people don't have a position on something and then they acquire a position on something. Have you looked into subvention guns for the infamy reduction event? I think that this is probably just hyper meta, yeah. We're gonna do it as USA if USA does well. How's the DLC treating it? It's fantastic. We've been streaming a long time though, and we do want to get some video stuff done today. So I think we're gonna have to call it though. Unfortunately. Wait, how many people we have? Wow, we have so many people on Twitch. We normally don't get this many people on Twitch. To the YouTubers, we have 43 people on Twitch, which is a bit unuseful. I think we're gonna raid someone. We could raid Resorty, he's wholesome. Or we could raid someone with, yeah, let's raid Resorty. He is doing a pacifist, Sweden run, making chairs. So we are also going to link him, to the YouTubers, if they are interested. Asa Pen Doragan, thank you for the follow, big nice. So we're gonna raid him, and then to the YouTubers, we will link you his Twitch if you want to take a look. I understand the message is flipping. Yeah, that's yeah. You guys might be talking past each other, if he meant just neutral to that. But yes, it is an IKEA run, so we will send out the raid. Godspeed Raiders, and then we will end the stream for the YouTubers. Bye-bye, YouTubers. Now that those Raiders are gone, we'll just say that you guys are our favorites, and I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye now.